Good evening, one and all. Welcome to the 47th Bukhatir League, live from Sharjah Cricket Stadium, brought to you by SkyExchange.net and powered by FanCode. And today we are yet again here for an exciting battle between DCC Starlets and AJMAN Heroes. DCC Starlets, having won their first game comfortably, they'll be here out there to make a consistent performance continued in this very game. And up against them, there will be AJMAN Heroes. They're going to be playing their first game. A very heavy looking squad there for AJMAN Heroes. Let's quickly rush there for the toss, where I have my co-commentator Nishant out there with the two captains.
Toss time at the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League, powered by FanCode. The match between DCC Starlets and AJMAN Heroes. To my left is the DCC captain Amar Badami. To his left is the mashraf Mr. Tahseen Javed, and to the extreme left is the skipper of AJMAN Heroes, Adnan Arif. Amar will spin the coin, Adnan will call. Heads is the call. It is a head. Well, Adnan, if you could come forward, you've won the toss. What would you like to do?
Yeah, we would like to bowl first.
Any specific reason, or is just due enough reason to take that call?
Well, due is the only reason that we've decided to take bowling first. So yeah, let's see what the target is, and since it's our first game, I want to see how the pitch behaves.
Sri Lions made a great impression in their first game. The last couple of games, early on in the game, early wickets fell. So what do you have to think about that? Looking forward to picking up some early wickets?
Yeah, that's what the plan is, basically attack the stumps, ask them to play good balls and see how it shapes up in the first 10 overs and take it forward slowly from there.
What is the target you're looking at?
Well, we are looking at around 200, 210 would be fair enough to chase.
Good luck for the game. Yes, Amar, very often people say in the UAE, win the toss, win the game. Do you believe in that?
Not really. I mean, both teams have to bat and bowl, so, you know, you can't say that the toss decides the game.
Absolutely. And first up, any changes in your side from the last game?
Yeah, we have one change. Surya goes out, Shaurya comes in. So one extra batsman in the team.
And as I mentioned in the last couple of games, early wickets have fallen in the first half of the game. What are your plans to counter that?
I think in an ODI, we don't play a lot of that in the UAE, so it's hard to adjust. But, I mean, after the first game, we saw if we bat long, build partnerships, we can score big. Towards the end, we can accelerate. And we have time to, you know, keep the runs ticking over.
And yesterday we saw that despite the dew, there was the ball was gripping and turning. So what total will you be comfortable defending?
Honestly, the ideal total on this pitch is 280. But that being said, you know, last match we defended 290, but they got all out pretty low. So, you know, we can defend. You know, we don't have to score 280 to win.
Good luck for the game.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Right then, that's how things have panned out here at the toss. AJMAN Heroes have won the toss and they will be bowling first.
Right there, so AJMAN Heroes, they have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. And to talk more about the teams that are playing in today, I have my co-commentator, my friend Shoaib Ahmed, joining me in the comm box.
Good afternoon, Asim. Good afternoon, everyone. Another cracker of a game lined up for today at the Bukhatir Premier League 2022. Of course, the two teams on your screens right now. The news from the center was AJMAN Heroes winning the toss, deciding to field first. And DCC Starlets, well, they've played one game already and they've won that game against Pacific Group. So they definitely will have that momentum in their favor. Amar Badami, the captain, Shrey Sethi, Rishabh Mukherjee, Ronak Panoli, Karan Dhiman, Punya Mehra, he's the man to look out for. Great form he's in. He was the first centurion in this edition of Bukhatir League. Yug Sharma, Sailesh Jaishankar, Nilanj Keswani, the left arm, Shaurya Singh and Harshit Seth.
Well, definitely there is the orange cap holder there, Punya Mehra, but when you look at the side of AJMAN Heroes, backed with big guns there, Adnan Arif, the captain himself, Ankur Sangwan, the left-arm spinner, Ansar Khan, the boom Ansar Khan there, Jeevan Gangadharan, talented all-rounder, Khalid Shah, yet again an explosive left-handed batsman, Mohammad Ajmal, the wicket-keeper, Nasir Aziz, experienced, being trusted here, Rahul Chopra, Sagar Kalyan, Usman Mani, and Harshit Kaushik. So a very experienced looking side here of Ajman Heroes. So it's youngsters versus the experienced guns here from Ajman.
That's right, and it's not going to be easy for Dubai Starlets. Pacific Group had quite a few new faces, and hence they didn't have the right balance. But Ajman Heroes, at least on paper, look like a very strong side, and they've, as you rightly mentioned, they've got tons of experience in Nasir Aziz. They've got some talent in terms of Sagar Kalyan. He had a great 50-over tournament last season, so he'll definitely likes this tournament, this format, a lot more than the T20 format. So he will also be one to look out for, while we see the two openers walking out in the middle for Dubai Starlets. Ronak Panoli will be batting right at the top of the order. And Asim, you have a smile on your face when I say that name. Tell us why.
Well, definitely. I mean, been waiting for Ronak's big score coming through, especially in the longer format cricket. Today is the platform that he'd had once again to prove himself. He's been trusted a lot by the Dubai Cricket Council, been a part of their journey all this while. Was a part of the D10s, D20s and D50s squad. Hasn't made that big impact though so far, but very promising talent. We've seen him in local tournaments here performing consistently, but not at this stage where people across the world are actually watching him.
Yes, he definitely has the talent, and as you rightly mentioned again, he's scoring lots of runs in the domestic circuit. But when it comes to the crunch matches, the big occasion, that's where you need to perform. And I'm sure Ronak Panoli will want to capitalize and try to announce himself at this premier tournament. Ronak Panoli was also the captain for DCC Starlets in the previous few tournaments. This time, they've got a fresh captain, Amar Badami, who's leading the side and who started off well. They've got that first win under their belt, and they would want to build on that.
Well, for sure. And Ronak has been trusted yet again, and today is that platform that he can probably come out and deliver for the team. Have to wait and see how he has prepared his mind. Had a discussion with him once during the phase that he was, finding it difficult to catch on in terms of his form. It was like, I'm just trying to focus. That's what the key is in order to get back into my rhythm. And on the other hand, we have talented all-rounder in the form of Jeevan Gangadharan, who will be starting the attack here for Ajman Heroes.
Yes, he's one of the few all-rounders who actually bat at the top of the order and bowl with the new ball as well. So we've seen a lot of all-rounders who are spinners and who can bat in the middle order, but he's definitely a top-class all-rounder. Such a useful contributor to the team with the ball and with the bat. So he will definitely be raring to go here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Here we go, ball number 1. Starts off with a good ball, Fuller, and Ronak Panoli just decides to let it go.
Well, a very calm, composed character here, Jeevan Gangadharan. Doesn't talk much. Let's let his game do the talking. And look at that shape coming in off the ball. Excellent release and very rhythmic action there. And talking about Jeevan, he has been that a threatening batsman out there in the Indian circuit, especially here. We'll talk about it after this ball. Beautiful delivery. Try to fetch that. I mean, when balls are pitched on that good length area, just slightly outside the off stump, you probably let that go, especially in the beginning of the innings.
Yes, Ronak Panoli, from the first 2 deliveries that we've witnessed, I think he's taken a leg stump guard with the ball moving away and Jeevan concentrating on that outside off line. It would be more apt to take the middle stump and then try and come close to the ball. We'll see if that changes anytime soon. But this has been a good start from Jeevan Gangadharan. Nicely bowled and a quick single taken. So he's off the mark with that single.
And so is the team. DCC 1 for none on the first 3 balls. And giving Ronak able company here, Shrey. Shrey with that Shrey helmet on.
Yes, another talented wicket-keeper batsman, Shrey Sethi. And I've discussed this a lot previously as well. What I find really satisfying is that all these players are homegrown cricketers. They're born here, they've played their cricket here in the UAE. A sharp, shorter delivery straight into the hands of the keeper. So that is what I like about these players, that they're coming and expressing themselves on this platform where you don't only have local cricketers, but you've got cricketers coming from all around Asia. You've got players from India, from Pakistan, from Sri Lanka as well. So that is a proud moment for me, where you've got these homegrown cricketers battling it out against the top players of the Asian subcontinent.
Good delivery, just held its line, keeping it straight. Well, very valid point there, Shoaib, about the homegrown cricketers. The fact that they have been, they've started their grassroots level cricket from here through the academies and stuff, the way they have been developed by the coaches, I think a lot of credit should be given to them. And when these players perform, I think it's a very proud moment for the men and the women who are behind these cricketers.
Absolutely, and here we have to mention Sharjah Cricket Academy, SCA, and the role of Sharjah Cricket Council in bringing these talented youngsters and giving them the opportunity. End of the first over, a promising over, 2 runs off it for Dubai Starlets. It's 2 for no loss.
And we have Usman Mani, who will be sharing the new ball with Jeevan Gangadharan from the pavilion end. Playing on the same wicket there, Shoaib. So what would be interesting to see is how they actually plan the target setting here.
Yes, I think it's going to be a challenge now to find the right target, because we've seen so many different kinds of matches where we've got 300, 170 being almost defended. So as a team, oh, that's been played up, over point, beautifully played, a loose delivery. And Shrey Sethi says, thank you very much. Boundary, and a good way to start off his innings.
And look at that. Steady, nowhere he's playing the ball, pretty much in control over the head of that point fielder for a boundary. Classy looking shot there from Shrey.
Yes, he is a classy batsman, and that's why he's at the top of the order. So yes, as a team, as a captain, I would be wondering what the right score would be. My initial target, well, that's gone down the leg as well, will be called a wide. So my initial target would be around 250, 260. If we can get that score, they might just be able to defend it. And remember, yesterday, there was not a lot of dew. The previous few days, dew was a big factor. It was difficult for the spinners to grip the ball. But yesterday, not much dew. And going by the wind that we can see blowing across the Sharjah Cricket Stadium right now, chances of dew are less tonight as well. Another short delivery. This time the third man has been kept wide just for that shot. So good fielding change. They'll just get that 1 run.
Interesting delivery. You got to have a lot of guts to bowl that again. But that minor adjustment in the field will always keep the batsman guessing whether to go for that shot or not. And again, I would like to give credit to the way he controlled it, did not hit it with a lot of power. And that's as a result, just one bounce straight to the fielder. Usman just needs to get a bit closer to the stumps here.
Yes, that's right. Okay, an outside off, big swing from Ronak. He will be disappointed he didn't connect on that delivery, because that was also a ball to be hit with the fielders inside the circle. You definitely fancy your chances, and I've got one such cricketer sitting beside me who just loves that extra cover area.
Well, I mean, that's another point, Shoaib. But the main thing what I feel here is that the slight shuffle movement which Ronak Panoli is actually lacking at the moment. He's sticking to that leg stump guard. What it is doing, it's keeping that inch or two away from the line of the ball, where he actually missed the previous one. Should have been slightly on the middle stick guard and then play your shots through the line.
Thank you, Asim, for the compliment. But yes, you're right. And that these are minor adjustments that as a cricketer you should be aware of and adapt. See, right now, Usman, he's continuously bowling outside off. So that just one small move would have definitely helped Ronak Panoli. 2 overs gone, 8 for no loss.
Well, so we're back again here. 8 for none after 2. Decent looking start here. Well, again, coming back to that discussion, Shoaib, it is very vital that the partner plays a role out there in the middle as a support.
Yes, and if you compare Shrey Sethi and Ronak Panoli, the guard, he's closer to that middle stump, Shrey Sethi, compared to Ronak, who is actually standing outside the leg stump. So yes, and you rightly mentioned, Shrey can actually go and have a word with him if Shrey realizes the point. As of now, they're looking good. That's a good delivery on the stumps. Ronak Panoli, he's played good cricket in the last few seasons. Under 19 UAE as well. So he's got the experience of playing against some top sides, young sides.
And that's the advantage that you get being an all-rounder, Shoaib. Even if you are having a bad patch with the bat, you do really consistent with the ball, you still find a place in the side, and then the chances of you coming out, getting back in form is slightly higher than being a regular batsman.
Absolutely. And what it also helps you in is that if you have had a bad innings with the bat, you can always come back when you're bowling in the second innings. And it goes either way. If you've had a bad session with the ball in hand, you've got a chance to redeem in the second innings with the bat. So yes, as an all-rounder, you've got that extra cushion of falling back onto your skills and performing in the game and gaining confidence from either of the skill set.
Well, you don't get these opportunities unless you are blessed with that sort of a talent of being contributing to both the aspect of the game. In fact, all three for that matter. In a way, if you find a like-to-like replacement.
Well, the fight is always there, isn't it? There is a competition for your seat in the playing 11. And that is what drives you to do well and be consistent. Another good ball. He's bowling at a very nice length, Jeevan. He's got the ball moving, but what he's doing well is that he's not bowling it too close to the batter, allowing the ball to move after it pitches, and that's where the slip fielder will come into play.
Definitely always relying on that movement from the ball, from the seam, as well as in the air. Doesn't overdo things. And the best part about his rhythmic bowling is the fact that he's hitting the right channels. 3 overs gone, a maiden, 8 for no loss DCC. In comes Usman. Again, slightly better line there from Usman. He's not getting any movement per se. I was just hitting the right length. That's important. Need to get that, hit that good length channel as much as possible in these initial power play overs. Good delivery, right on the money. And Shweb, there's one thing that I've missed witnessing, unless there is a player of Ansar Khan's ability or his natural game, or Khalid Shah for that matter, or Asif Khan, those who are, you know, they don't stop their shots, their natural shots. And in this longer format cricket, we haven't seen players coming out and expressing themselves in the initial power play overs.
That's right. That is so true. And that is where the big debate is. How much do you adapt to different formats? Now, somebody from the school of thought of Virender Sehwag will say that you don't need to change your game. You just go out and play regardless of it being a test match or a one-day or a T20. While on the other hand, Rahul Dravid has a different school of thought where he says you need to change, adapt, learn, play according to different situation. That's a good shot, but we'll find the fielder. So this is where I feel the debate is. I would like to know what are your thoughts on this before I tell you mine.
But again, Shoaib, this might sound a bit diplomatic, but you know, it purely depends on what sort of balance do you have in team, what sort of you know, players, what style do they adapt in the middle order. If you have 11 players who adapt to that Virender Sehwag style of playing, meanwhile up in the air, Apish just falling short of Jeevan Gangadharan. Couple added to the tally. In fact, just one there. So what I mean, coming back to the same discussion, you know, if you have 11 players who have the same school of thought, like that of Virender Sehwag, then it's going to be very difficult to survive in longer format cricket, especially when you are looking at a very big score, chasing it down, becomes really difficult.
Stepping down, Ronak Panoli, but finds the fielder. Hasn't middled it. There's an appeal. They feel that it's come straight off the bat. But the umpire says no. It's end of the over. We'll keep that chat alive. 4 overs gone, 10 for no loss. Four overs, 10 for no loss. Ronak on 2 of 12 and Shrey Sethi on 6 of 12 deliveries. Jeevan Gangadharan will continue from the SCA end. There's a slip in place, which is good to see. Full toss, big appeal. Well, yes, he thinks about it. He gives it a long thought, a hard thought, and then raises that dreaded finger. Shrey Sethi will be disappointed with himself that he missed a juicy full toss, but he will have to walk back.
Imran Munir thought a lot about it. We'll have to have a close look because it was a full delivery. We'll have to see whether the ball was slightly shaping, away from the batsman the moment it struck the pads. Have to closely look at that view then. It's a very, very close call. Very close one. Very, very close one. You probably stand with the decision of the umpire, even if this was given out to the DRS.
That's right. The umpire's call would have stayed, I think, because that ball was definitely moving. And there was a slight shuffle from Shrey Sethi, and that might have just hurt his chances. He's gone for 6 of 13, and it's the first wicket down with 10 on the board. So Jeevan Gangadharan strikes in his third over. Shrey Sethi caught in front of the stumps, which I feel was a very close call. Imran Munir thinking that it's out and was hitting the stumps. Meanwhile, the new man in is Rishabh Mukherjee. Interesting number 3 position for Rishabh.
I think they are going to be sticking with Punya batting at that position where he's done a lot of scoring in the past few months. Has seen him open a lot as well, but they are holding him to that position where he is getting those runs. And why not?
Some movement again in the air. He's driven that towards the cover region. And they've taken that run as well. So a single for Rishabh Mukherjee. Score moving on to 11. So you were telling us about the school of thought. And what I meant with when I referred to Virender Sehwag was that his style of play was, if it's in the slot, you hit the shot. That was his mentality. Now, I'm not saying all the 11 players have to think that way. But if there's a full ball, what we see in the longer format, oh, that's cut nicely over the extra cover fielder. This ball will race away towards the boundary. That was an unusual delivery from Jeevan. But Ronak, he definitely saw that length early. He picked it up nicely. And he's played it towards extra cover for 4.
That's precisely what we were referring to when we were talking about go for your shots when it's in your zone. Because what that does, firstly, it gives you confidence. And secondly, you are going for the shots that you are confident about, that you're going to get the maximum out of it. Now, when you hold on to such shots, that actually pulls your confidence down to, as the game progresses.
Absolutely agree with that. He's played that front foot defense to absolute perfection. One more delivery to go. Well, I feel that if it's in the slot, if it is a loose delivery, and if it is a delivery that should be hit, then regardless of what the situation is, you should go for it.
Well, again, people would take it in different ways depending on the game situation. However, yes, when you have the ball in your zone, just go for your shots. that builds confidence. Just like that. A short delivery, and that's the first maximum of the day. Beautifully picked up there.
Absolutely. I think he played that on the merit, and that is what we are all discussing about. A short ball from Jeevan, and he's not the quickest. So a lot of time for Ronak Panoli to stand and just clobber that over long on. And he's timed it so sweetly. It's gone all the way for half a dozen. End of the over, an expensive over, but a successful over as well. They got that wicket. It's 21 for 1.
Beautiful delivery. Finally getting some shape there. Usman Mani into his third over. Bowling from the pavilion end. And he would want Rishabh to face as many deliveries as possible. New man in. Will try take some time to settle in. And the chance of making him an error out there is slightly higher compared to the partner.
Yes, and he's been promoted, so he's got that extra responsibility, that extra pressure. How does he cope with that pressure is something to be seen. He's clipped that off his hips, and they've taken that single, so another run will be added to the total. 21 for 1 now. Ronak Panoli. From those shots that he played in the previous over, you can see and feel and get that impression that he definitely has the potential to do really well. He's ticked all the boxes as a top order batsman. The only box that is not ticked is the box which has runs written besides it.
Nicely chipped. Didn't time it to perfection there, but still will manage to get 2. Not to be so, Rishabh sent him back. Should have been easy too there, Shoaib.
Yes, absolutely. These youngsters, they know the value of singles and doubles. That is what differentiates them from the experienced players that we see in the domestic circuit. They have that, they know the value of taking those quick singles and doubles and putting pressure on the fielders.
And getting the thick outside edge, Gully in business. Straight to Nasir Aziz, who makes no mistake, and that's the end of Rishabh Mukherjee.
Well, we were all surprised with that number 3 position for Rishabh Mukherjee. Haven't seen him bat in that position, but just a very ordinary shot there. And with that movement, he did not anticipate the swing. The ball taking the edge of the bat and an easy catch at Gully. Rishabh gone for 2. Dubai Starlets lose their second with the score on 23.
So success for both the fast bowlers there. Both the ends bringing wicket for AJMAN Heroes, and captains out there in the center, Ammar Badami.
Yes, captain will have to play the captain's knock. Ammar Badami, number 4 for Dubai Starlets. Now, what was good about Usman in this over is that he bowled a lot fuller. He was not bowling short, and as soon as he bowled full, he got some swing in the air. So the message is loud and clear. Do not bowl short. This is a much better length from Usman. And if you can bowl consistently well on that length, just get that one odd delivery closer to the batter, let the ball move, and then try to get that edge, just like Rishabh Mukherjee's.
There's a thick outside edge, did not follow the swing of the ball. Slight late movement, getting the thicker outside edge, and excellent field positioning there. Straight to Nasser Aziz.
Oh, that short appeal. Was there some bat? They've taken a run. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. Well, he signals leg buys, so no bat involved. Good delivery, good plan, but the execution not right. Going down the leg side. End of the over. 6 overs gone, 24 for 2.
Ajmal, the new bowler. Just slightly dropping short. There was a edge, and what a start here coming in for Ajmal. And I think after that delivery, Khalid Shah will definitely adjust his guard for sure.
Yes, I think we'll have to cut some flack for Khalid. It was the first ball. He was not sure how quick Ajmal is. I think he was a step or two behind from where he ideally should have been. And who would better know that feeling than Asim Sheikh, who was also a wicket keeper. Now he's adjusting his position.
Cracking shot there. Yes, no, and they managed to get a single there.
Yes, that is very dangerous, isn't it? Yes, no. If you do that, most often than not, a sorry follows. Yes, no, and then one of them says sorry to the other. But luckily, no damage done. They take that quick single, a misfield. Again, that movement in the air. This time, Ammar leans into that drive. That's a lot better. You need to get as close to the ball as possible. And you need to play as late as possible in order to avoid getting those edges.
And I think a very smart move in terms of the field setup here. They've kept that gully in place. And Nasser Aziz, with that experience, he's trying to adjust himself slightly wider, which is a very smart move. And probably get that slip, probably a 1.5 or a 2-ish.
Oh, that's gone high up in the air. Easy catch. Easily done. Another wicket down. Ronak Panoli's stay in the middle is a short one. Some glimpses of good shots, but that is what Ronak Panoli's innings have been in the last few matches. Another unnecessary shot, risk taken, and what that has resulted in is another wicket for AJMAN Heroes.
Well, a silly looking shot there. There was a need of playing a rash shot. Shot invented and paid the price for it.
Yes, Yes, Ronak Panoli walks back, scoring 14 of 18. And the score is 27 for 3 now.
Look at that wicket. Just taking that trigger movement, taking a couple of steps ahead, making life difficult for him. Uncomfortable position, resulting in that wicket. You have to blame yourself, but anyone else.
That's right. New man in is the man who saved them in the previous game. He'll have to do that again today. Dubai Starlets are in some trouble. 27 for 3. Punya will have to score another century from here for Dubai Starlets to get out of trouble. Good bowling from Ajmal. Now, what I liked about this spell of his was the first 3 deliveries were fuller. He quickly realized that Ronak Panoli is going to, or he saw him coming down the track. He bowled that short delivery and got that wicket. So Ajmal, well done.
Hitting the right channels there, Ajmal. Not express pace, but just hitting the right areas. I think a very smart move there in terms of that wicket. Just pulling his length back. Just hurried on to Ronak Panoli on that occasion.
A slower delivery. Very well bowled. 3 runs off it and a wicket for Ajmal. 7 overs gone, 27 for 3. And there's going to be a change in the combox. It's going to be Vivek and Nishant.
Punya Mehra in the middle. Thank you very much, Shoaib and Asim. A watchful defense there to start the over. Usman has picked up a wicket. 1 for 10 in his 4th over. And once again, Vivek, early wickets pretty much has been the hallmark of the tournament so far.
Yes, that's right. They try to push the pedal in the beginning because the batsmen want to take advantage of how the ball comes early on to the bat on the wicket, as well as the fielding restrictions. This ball is down the leg side. Wicketkeeper could not collect it either, and this will be 4 wides. Welcome runs here, especially when the 3 wickets have fallen early. Score moves on to 31 for 3 now. So what I was saying was to make use of the early overs when the ball comes to the bat a little more better, and to make use of the field restrictions. Sometimes batsmen try to push the pedal, but if you want to do that, you should not be trying to overdo it. And I think that's what has resulted in these 3 wickets.
Back of a length this time. Just goes back and defends it. They could come back after that 5 wides from Usman. He'll be disappointed. Having bowled that delivery. No, DCC is filled with youngsters. It's a young side. Sometimes might just be difficult for them to adapt to the longer version. The captain said the same thing. That 50 overs cricket is not played much in this part of the world. So it's probably a learning experience for a lot of them.
That's right. It's very important to learn all formats of the game. 50-over game is very different than a 20-over game. There's no need to manufacture shots, and there's no need to hurry. This one kept a little low on the offside, defended well. No run. Two fielders outside the circle. One is at third man and the other one is at fine leg. A classic power play field. The fielder at fine leg has not come into play too much though so far. Most of the bowling has been outside the off stump. May even be useful to bring that fielder into the circle and have another one outside on the sweeper cover position if you are going to bowl only the offside length.
Well, this time too far outside the off stump, and there'll be another wide, and Punya is shadowing the leave after chasing at that one. Yes, the one opportunity that probably should have come in handy for the fine leg fielder was the 5 wides which happened earlier in the over. So couldn't really save that. So no point having that fine leg fielder so square. If you want the fine leg fielder as a protection for the bowler's error, then it should be a lot finer.
That's right. Well said. This one is a Yorker. Dug it out well. Will not get any run for this. AJMAN Heroes will be happy with the start. And maybe a good toss to win, as of now at least.
Yes, that's what it's looked like. Quite breezy conditions here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, the home of cricket in the UAE. Punya yet to get off the mark. Yesterday, after having the opponents 3 down, Kolada Chocolates let loose. Oh, that's another wide, and that'll be 5 of them. Second one of the over. And that is a bit of a disaster for Usman here.
I think he's trying to bowl too fast. He's trying to, in his attempt to bowl at a fast pace, he's losing his line and ending up outside the leg stump.
What an over this has been. He's bowled 5 dot balls, but still conceded 11 runs.
Yes, these are, sometimes you bowl dot balls and yet end up giving away too many runs, and unnecessary runs, because not only you have to re-bowl, but you've just given away too many. A better ball this time, did not try to bowl too fast, kept it into the stumps. A defensive shot, no need for extra risks. Already there have been 11 runs that have come in. End of the over. The score is 38 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Shortish delivery to start the fresh over. Cut away by Amar. Towards the fielder at square, third man. Single.
Two more overs to go in the power play. But I don't think both the batsmen will take any risks of playing big shots. They've lost too many wickets. into the block hole and goes on to shot mid-wicket. No run. Punya has taken 7 balls, hasn't gotten off the mark yet.
Yes, that is definitely something that will be creating pressure on him. You don't want to be on 0 and for this long a time. Always playing on your mind every passing ball. Back of a length punched straight to the fielder at mid-on. So that's another dot ball.
Well, he's an orange cap holder and has a lot of runs under his belt. Maybe that's why taking his time to get off the mark. Making his innings count. It will be needed. 4th ball of the over. Shot of good length, and this has been played towards the mid-wicket. A brilliant shot. Got into position early and played it towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
That's a nice way to get off the mark. Off the 9th ball, yes, but off the mark in style. He's got 111 in that previous game. First century of this edition of the Bukhatir League, the 47th. Nicely driven. Good stop by the fielder at short cover. Dot ball.
Consistency, very important, Nishant, in this format of the game. 3 or 4 good balls and then you pitch one shot and give away 4 runs, and that lifts up the pressure of the batsman. Last ball outside the off stump is punched beautifully off the back foot. Will easily get a single here. Score moves on to 43 for 3 at the end of 9 overs.
Ankur Sangwan introduced into the attack. It's time for some left arm spin then.
After the wides and extras of the last over, I think this is a good move. Change in bowling attack. Spin being introduced for the first time in this game. A good high arm action. Oh, this is a sloppy fielding at extra cover. This should have been stopped. And it has probably been pulled back a few inches from the ropes. However, not a good effort. I don't think the captain will be pleased with that.
Yes, definitely will not be pleased with the effort inside the circle. Checking for the boundary. That effort to save the boundary was good. Let's see whether it has produced any results or not. I think he was all right.
Yeah, I think it was a few inches before the ropes that it was dragged back. Nice commitment there.
Yes, I think he's come out and then collected the ball. So I think that is all right. Yes, that's what the umpire thinks as well. Saves a few runs there. Should have been. Oh no, it's been given a boundary. I jumped the gun, it seems. So boundary to start with then.
Looked like a couple of inches before the rope, but maybe it would have, maybe it has touched the rope as well. Now he's cancelled it now.
Okay.
So boundary, no boundary, boundary, and then no boundary.
So it's a couple. Oh, that is close. Bat involved.
Interesting field play, seeing three fielders on the onside. One of them is outside the circle at deep mid wicket, and 6 of them on the offside. Coming into bowl the next ball. Played again. This time is stopped at extra covers. No run.
Yes, what is interesting is that they only have one fielder outside the 30 yards.
Yes, just one outside the 30 yards and trying to maybe lure the batsman to play a bigger shot and make a mistake.
Let's see if the field changes for Amar. No, it doesn't. Well bowled. Quick on the stumps. Pretty much on target. Last ball of the power play then.
A quiet period in this power play. This hasn't been an explosive power play by and large, and that's why we don't see 2 fielders outside the circle as well. Good ball outside the off stump, a little bit of a hint of turn as well. End of the over, power play gone, 10 overs gone, 47 for 3 is DCC.
So first over after the power play ends. And they've got 3 fielders outside the 30 yards right now. There's a deep backward point. There is a long off in place. And there is a deep backward square leg in place. And in fact 4. There is a third man in place as well.
And third man comes into play in the very first ball. A little bit of a fumble there, gives away an extra run. 2 runs to start the over.
So good to see that AJMAN still trying to be a little aggressive. In that over they had just 1 fielder outside the 30 yards in the power play gets over. They still have a few fielders inside the ring. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Beautifully timed. There he is managed to beat the fielder at long mid-on. And he manages to beat the fielder at long on as well. In fact, there was no fielder at long on. The long off fielder had to do the running. And that will raise the 50.
Brilliant shot. Straight bat. Beats the mid-on. Always a treat to watch a batsman playing a straight drive or an on drive. Playing it on the up. Trusting his instincts. This was a shot from a batsman who is in form. This time plays it with a softer hands towards the right of mid-on. Smartly done. Gets a single. This is the same surface which was used yesterday, Nishant. So I reckon the ball is going to be, this is going to be slightly slower today than how it was yesterday.
It will be interesting to see how the spinners bowl on this track. Yesterday there was a lot of grip and turn in the air and dropped. And what's worse is that it has gone to the fence for 4.
Another sloppy fielding. This was a sharp catch. Not an easy one, but should be taken at this level. And he got his hands to it. So if you get your hands to it, might as well hang on to it.
Yes, there you go. Short, fine fielder there. I think it came onto him a lot quicker than he anticipated.
I think he didn't anticipate a catch at all. He was taken by surprise. Plays it back to the bowler. The surface is still good to play on the rise, provided you're able to find gaps, which should be easy now because the field has opened up after the power play. Just need to place the ball in the gaps and go for those singles and doubles and try and push the run rate a little more higher. Last ball of the over.
This is pretty much a decent run rate right now, considering they've lost 3 wickets. We'll talk more about that. 11 overs bowled, 58 for 3.
Ankur will continue. Bowled a good first over. A tight first over.
Would have conceded just 1 run had the first ball been fielded inside the circle.
The fielder extra cover has now changed.
Nicely driven there. Long off is in place. So that's a single taken.
They may not be due today, given that it's pretty windy. Do you think a good decision to bowl first, given that the dew may not come into play today?
Well, yesterday it didn't work out well for the team bowling first, Colada Chocolates. And it's because of exactly what is happening right now. These two have put together 33 runs already. Yesterday, Colada Chocolates had Future Mattress reeling at 10 for 3. But then that partnership between Mayank and, of course, the Centurion Haider. They managed to get to 260 and then won quite comfortably. Ajman will have to keep that in the back of their mind.
Even DCC would need to keep that at the back of their mind. Losing 3 wickets doesn't mean that you cannot get to a 250 or 260 plus score. Interesting field placing there. There's an extra cover and there is a, what's that position? Unorthodox mid-off? Short mid-off?
Yes, it's somewhere between a silly mid-off and a mid-off.
Interesting to have this position because this will come into play as the batsmen are trying to drive every ball, and if they are playing with the spin, if the ball holds up onto the batsman, they might be able to produce a catch for the fielder which has been placed at this unorthodox position.
Yes, and there's a short leg in position as well.
Good ploy to attack. Ah, this was in the air, slightly away from the short leg fielder, goes on towards the square leg. 2 quick runs. End of the over, 62 for 3 DCC.
Another change in the bowling then.
Nasir comes into ball. Spin from both ends. Good to see AJMAN Heroes still attacking. There's a slip in place. There's a shot cover. Shot mid-wicket. Even the mid-on comes into the circle. This is a loosener. Bowled. Gave enough time for the batsman to go back at the back foot and play towards the sweeper cover. Easy single.
We'll bring Punya on strike. 18 of 23 is what he's batting on. Well bowled. Just a little slower through the air. Looking to poke at it. Shot. And pulled away nicely by Punya. No chance for the fielder in the deep. And that's another boundary. Leg spinners do have a tendency of just dropping one shot. And Nasir has done exactly that.
Brilliant shot. This shows the form that he is in. A tad shot, rocked onto the back foot and played it into the gap over the mid-wicket, shot mid-wicket fielder. And it got a boundary for him. He's on 22 now of 25 balls. Trying, really looking good. Played off the back foot, no run this time.
Considering he hadn't scored a run for 8 deliveries. He made up brilliantly. 22 of the next 17.
That's right, he is in good nick here, and this time sweeps it towards short front leg, will not get a single. He's displaying a good range of shots. He seems to have the sweep, cut, the straight bat, the on drive that we saw. Has a good range of shots, which can sometimes be very useful, but at the same time, sometimes can be a trap.
Eased into the offside for a single. That'll be the end of the over, is it? Yes, 13 overs have been bowled. It's 68 for 3. Left arm spin of Ankur
will continue. Shot cut. Good stop there by the fielder, not giving Punya a chance to pick up the single there.
Yes, good fielding. Brilliant batting by Punya so far. Starting to look dangerous. Tries to sweep. This is taken the top edge. They'll come back for two. Could even have gone for three if they had run the second one faster. Trying to get the team out of the trouble is Punya and Amar. Punya doing the bulk of scoring, 25 now. Interesting action. Ankur has a good action. He has a good high arm action, jumps before he delivers. Jumps like a fast bowler. It's getting some good turn as well.
None for 10 so far in his third over. Nicely bowled. Pretty much on target there. Just testing Amar slightly. Big shot attempted. Is there a fielder in the deep? No, nobody there. That runs away to the fence for 4 more. Good striking this from Amar.
This was on the cards. Amar was quiet for a very long time. Was playing the second fiddle to Punya. This was waiting to happen. One more ball to go in this over. They're still going with a slip and a short leg fielder.
That's the arm ball. Nicely clipped away. There is a fielder is giving it the chase, so will just be a single. 14 overs have been bowled. It's 76 for the loss of 3 wickets. And we'll have another change in voices as Shoaib and Asim come back in.
Thank you, Nishant. And it is Nasir Aziz who's going to continue here from the football stadium end. Situation pretty much in control here for DCC. 14 overs gone, 76 for 3. And Amar and Punya have steadied the ship here for the men in blue. Going on to the back foot, didn't time it to perfection. And a very strange looking bowling approach here from Nasir Aziz, bowling the leg spinners. Playing it straight for another single. Well, Shoaib, what do you have to say about that change in that bowling approach here from Nasir Aziz, from off spinner, drifters, those quicker ones to this leg spin? What's the story behind it?
Well, I would have been very surprised if it would have been some other cricketer, but because it is Nasir Aziz, it is absolutely normal for him to do that. We've seen him in action for almost a decade now, I think more than that. And he has been such a lively character on and off the field. He is a true fighter. So if there's one fighter that I can think of in the UAE domestic circuit, this is the man on your screen. Likes to take challenges and is not afraid of expressing himself.
So you're saying he's playing for the right team, Ajman Heroes, being a hero
Oh,
there?
yes, absolutely. I think that name is perfect for somebody like Nasir Aziz. He bowls off spin, he bowls leg spin, he'll bowl those inch perfect Yorkers in the death, and he's a fighter with the bat. Not the most pleasing, but he likes to take that challenge and contribute to the team.
And we've seen that in the era where he was leading the Yellowbone team. He with the likes of Asif Mumtaz and stuff. We'll continue that chat. 15 overs gone, 80 for 3 DCC. Ankur Sangwan continuing here from the pavilion end. Very consistent bowler in the circuit. Went for a bit, was a bit expensive in the previous over though. But he has the ability of bouncing back and his team back in the game.
Yes, that's true. He's definitely one of the better bowlers, left arm spinners in the domestic circuit, at the domestic level. I like that jump that allows him to get some extra bounce off the wicket, a high release point, good pivot as well.
Well, that sort of trajectory is always difficult as a batsman to pick, whether you go on the front foot or on the back foot. And I think he's pitch perfect there on that front. Nicely driven, excellent effort there coming in from the captain. Stopping a certain single. They've steadied the ship here pretty nicely. You've got to give credit to these two young guns.
Absolutely, and I think Punya has done well again. He started off well. And so is Amar. He gave a chance. Catch was dropped at short fine leg by Ankur Sangwan, but he's looking solid. 55-run partnership between these two, and the score is 82 for 3.
Good looking shot there towards the cow's corner, and that is a excellent boundary here. Amar Badami placing it to perfection. Nasir Aziz will have to get his thinking cap on here. He's getting leaking runs here. 2 boundaries in the same direction. Where is this heading? This is square of the wicket. Backward square. Results the same. Back-to-back boundaries here for Amar Badami.
Yes, a little over-ambitious. Nasir bowling those leg spinners, and it's proven to be expensive for Ajman Heroes. Just like the ball slipped out of Nasir Aziz's hands, the game definitely slipping from Ajman Heroes' hand.
Well, don't have a clue why he's going with leg spin, where he is more lethal with his off breaks, those drifting deliveries.
Yes, I agree. And now I think he's got a change in the field. I think he's going back to his off spinners, looking at that grip.
Well, I was foxed with that grip earlier as well. I thought he's going to be bowling an off spinner, but not to be so.
Well, this secret we'll only know after the game now when we get to meet Nasir Aziz. Now he goes to the off spinner. So I was right.
Well, the action changed completely. That jump, typical Nasir Aziz jump. That's a lot better. Stick to the stock deliveries. I think you should be backing your strength there. You've been bowling the entire career with that sort of a habit. You have that understanding where the ball is going to be landing with that sort of a release.
Yes, muscle memory. That's what it is. And now he's gone back to his orthodox off spinners, which don't spin a lot, but he's very consistent with that line and length. And that just little turn, that is what is more dangerous for a batter. Off the pads wants the single Punyamera, but denied. In fact, it was Amar who wanted that single. End of the over. It is 90 for 3.
Ankur Sangwan here. He's bowled 4, conceding 17. Yet to get a success there. 90 for 3 DCC. Stepping down and getting to the pitch of the ball. Nicely driven. Pretty much control with that foot movement and that shot. Excellent work there by Punya.
Punya is looking so good. I think it's as if he's just continuing his innings. The previous one where he scored 111 or 112. And now he's just continuing from there. He's already scored 30 of 36. Amar is looking good as well. I think he likes the ball fuller. That's where his strength is. He's very good straight down the ground.
Definitely, Shoaib. And one good thing about this partnership is that they have just not tried to do something extra. They've just stuck to their basics. Rotating strike. Just as we say that, and one ambitious shot comes in from Punya. He's not in control of that shot though.
What do you think of the toss where Ajman Heroes deciding to field first? What do you make of it?
Well, looking at the conditions, definitely it's an important toss to win. You probably go in, have a bowl first, and make full use of those dry conditions. However, the way DCC have batted here so far, I think they are just not making any difference felt here. Whether you win the toss, whether you lose the toss, just come out and play the cricket that you know.
Flighted delivery. Do you consider the results of previous games if you were the captain? Would you consider those results? Because in the last 4 matches, 3 teams batting first have won the game, and the only team that chased the total down, they chased 170 after losing 8 wickets.
Well, it's important to understand the wicket as well, right? It's overall the conditions that we are talking about. We'll continue this chat after this break. 17 overs gone, 94 for 3. Well, 94 for 3 with 14 extras and 18 overs here. DC Starlets looking at a very comfortable position here. Have decent batting to follow. Nilansh can bat very decently. And, touch basing on that topic we were discussing there, Shoaib. Super important. A close call there from Amar Badami. Going on to the back foot, playing it towards the square leg. Well, it's important to actually assess the conditions as well as the wicket. Yesterday, the wicket was flat. It was on the flatter side. Nothing much on offer, especially for the spinners. But I think one mistake that they did, one big mistake, I would say, it's a small thing. It's a 3-minute thing, but that role that they took during the innings break, team Colada Chocolates was the major difference. You let that moisture come in on the surface. Nicely paddled down towards the fine leg region. There's a chase in there by Ajmal. And they'll scamper through for 2. So coming back to that discussion, Shoaib, when you are rolling on the surface, especially when the wicket is flat already, you're just letting the opportunity for the opponent, especially in the initial phase, to have a better surface to bowl on. And look at that. Comedy of errors. How would you describe that?
With 2 minutes of silence. That's how I can describe that.
And just as Imran Munir signaled.
Well, really unbelievable scenes here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. First of all, a nothing short from Punya Mehra. A simple catch. The simplest of catches that you can get on a cricket field. Straight to Nasir Aziz, who didn't have to move an inch. And he drops that sitter. And that too of Punya Mehra.
Well, Indian fans can pretty much relate this with the recent incident. in the Asia Cup. When he's emphasized more on that too of Punya Mehra, that's how even others emphasized it. That too of Asif Ali.
Yes. Well, these things happen on a cricket field, but you definitely don't want that to happen to you, at least as an individual, as long as you're playing cricket. Now, how challenging is this going to be? How much is this going to hurt Ajman Heroes? That we'll have to find out as the game progresses. 98 for 3 the score. Could have been 4, but it's still 98 for 3. So Harshit bowling his first over, first ball, a juicy full toss. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal. He says it's a legal delivery, just around the waist height. A lucky escape for Harshit, because that ball was a real loosener. Could have been played anywhere. And now he bowls one down the leg side. So clearly, he's not definitely bowling the way he wants to. Maybe the early jitters.
But again, a very talented bowler. Bowling a bit flat and pulled it across towards the Cow's corner there and will get 4 runs. It's an empty zone. Big, big area to exploit. If you bowl short, you're going to get hit there.
Well, Harshit has bowled 3 different deliveries and 3 poor deliveries to begin his spell with. The first ball was a juicy full toss, the other going down the leg side for a wide, and now a half tracker, which is pulled by Ammar for 4 runs. So 32 of 37 is Ammar. He got a start in the previous match as well, but couldn't capitalize on that. Tonight, can he go one level up? Can he get to the 50? Can he play the captain's knock? Well, Ajman Heroes have definitely lost that first mover's advantage, those 3 early wickets. They've definitely nullified that effect with some ordinary bowling. This is much better from Harshit, and he gets excited immediately.
Well, I think he's just bowling a bit too flat. Have to give it a bit air in order to find some perches out from the surface as well as from, forcing the batsman to make an error. Lot better. A lot better.
Yes, that's right. And we've seen that, haven't we, throughout the last 4-5 days. The slower you bowl, the more turn you get.
Well, look at Mohammad Azhar, the way he bowled. I mean, he was gripping the ball pretty nicely, giving it that drift as well in the air. Ball pitching and doing its work with some help from the surface as well. But yes, it's all about how you are using your basics.
Oh, leading edge, it's gone high up in the air, and oh my goodness. Ajman Heroes are playing like super villains right now. Nothing going right. Ammar has a smile on his face. He can't believe his luck. Punya and Ammar both have been dropped, and I think Ajman Heroes will have to come up with a different plan of getting players out, because catching is definitely not an option. 20 overs gone. Asim, 104 for 3. We need to discuss about this.
A different version of Nasir Aziz after he was switched on to that off spinners there, Shoaib. I was wondering initially, like, what has happened? Is it Nasir Aziz or is it someone else trying to be like a Nasir Aziz?
Well, all of that for later, Asim. Tell me about that dropped catch, not once but twice.
I don't have any words on that, Shoaib, but really poor cricket there coming in from Ajman Heroes.
Let's dissect that catch. I mean, what went wrong? I think it was a simple catch. Was it hands closing early? Was it eyes off the ball? What was it?
Well, I think just losing, I mean, not closing the hands at the right time. As a result, just keeping the hand a bit too hard. Ball slightly popping out. Nicely played. Delicate touch. Ball's racing away towards the third man region. Doesn't have enough legs though. Harshit comes in play. Yeah. "21 overs gone, 109 for 3 with 15 extras there, Shoaib. And coming back to that discussion, well, losing out on focus, I would say, and not closing the hands, the palms at the right time, just keeping it a bit too hard, resulting in that the ball popping out. And saw that not long ago for Nasir Aziz put one down. Nonetheless, it's going to be Harshit who's going to continue, and with that there'll be change the voices in the comm box. It's going to be Nishant and Vivek who's going to take you through.
Starts off with a dot ball there. Thank you very much, Asim and Shoaib. Flattish delivery this time, clipped away. Will pick up a single there. Terrific partnership this between Amar and Punya. 38 of 48 deliveries for Punya, 35 of 45 for Amar. That's chipped away. And there is a fielder at deep backward. We'll restrict it to just a single. Nelson on the board. Comes down the track, chips it uppishly. And it's one bounce into the fence for 4. Punya continues to show his good form. Lovely shot that.
Brilliantly done, coming down the wicket and playing it beautifully over the extra cover region. One bounce into the boundary, expressing himself. Some poor fielding, dropped catches, misfields, fumbles. And AJMAN Heroes paying the price. A little bit of a repeat of yesterday's match, Nishant. So yesterday also there were 3 quick wickets. And then there was a partnership. There was a century as well. Are we going to see a century today?
Let's wait and watch. 22 overs bowled is 116 for the loss of 3 wickets. Five overs, none for 27 for Nasir here. Shortish delivery pulled straight to the fielder. Dot ball to start with. Bowling off spin now.
Yes, that's what I was seeing. Suddenly, he started off as a leg spinner in his first over. Change of mind. Trying to heave that. Missed it fully, completely. Even the wicketkeeper missed it. There's a big gap between the wideish long on as well as the deep square leg fielder. So he's trying to hit that into the cow's corner. Did not quite connect. The ball did not bounce. Went under his bat.
So 36 of 46 is what Amar is batting on right now. Nicely played away towards... Nobody sweeping there. Okay then. For a moment, I thought that is going to go straight to the fielder in the deep. But there was none. And that's a boundary out of nowhere.
No fielder, that's poor field placement. Yes, he's bowling off spinners, and it may not be likely that the ball will go into the sweeper cover region against the spin. However, we must remember this is a slowish wicket, and the ball is going to hold on a little bit, and batsmen will be playing off the back foot. They still don't have a sweeper. It's still the same. All Amar has to do is pierce this gap on the offside.
Yes, very good thinking by Amar. Amar also has managed to improve his strike rate quite a bit. Oh, that is in the air. Oh, that has been put down again. That is the third catch that is dropped. I think there was bat involved in that one. What do you reckon, Vivek?
I don't think there was bat. A sure giveaway is if the batsman is looking behind to see if the keeper has caught it, which means he had bat involved. This time the batsman was not looking to see if the keeper has caught it. So I don't think bat was involved, but maybe it was. It's very difficult to say sitting from here. Played defensively. I think that's what the bowler is checking as well. Was there a bat involved?
Is the umpire saying, how does it matter now? End of the over, there's 121 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Ajman heroes have been real generous heroes, at least in giving lives to the batsmen, dropping their catches and giving them chances.
It's a flattish delivery there. Push back to the bowler. They've already dropped a couple. They won't want to keep doing that because dropping catches spreads like wildfire, and shots like that are fire indeed. What a lovely shot. Chipping down the track, going over the top, 4 runs.
Very well played. The fielder was in the circle. Batsman was aware where the fielder is. Played it against the spin. The invitation was there. Punya took the challenge. Played it against the spin over the mid-wicket fielder, mid-on fielder, and got a boundary for himself.
And more runs this time. Just keep getting them. And with that, it's 50 for Punya. Follows up the 100 with a 50. And not a surprise at all, the fact that he's the Leap Sports orange cap holder at this point in time.
He should be wearing that orange cap though. But nevertheless, well played. Did get a life or two. But a good display of shots. Good shot selection as well. Now this one bounced a little. Controlled well by Punya in the end.
Off the back foot, punched away. Good stop by the fielder there. Off the outside of the bat this time. Past the fielder at gully. Will take a single, and that will be the end of the over. 24 bowled, 128 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Usman is back in the attack. 1 for 21 in his 4 overs so far. Amar is batting on 40 or 50. Need to break this partnership. This partnership now worth 101.
From Ajman Heroes' perspective, wickets are needed if they want to restrict DCC to a reasonable total. Both Punya and Amar have been looking dangerous in the last few overs, especially after the dropped catches. Usman getting ready to bowl from the football stadium end. Tucked easily onto the square leg, Region gets a single.
That brings Amar on strike. The focus has shifted on him now. Whether or not he gets his half century is the question. If he does, then when?
I think the run rate is fairly healthy. He wouldn't be in a hurry. Just need to find gaps, take those singles and doubles, keep the scoreboard ticking till the slog overs, and then try to hit some big shots and make a good score.
Doing a pretty good job at this point in time. Punya 52 of 59. And not quite timing that one at all, looking to go for the pull.
Yeah, it hurried on to him and wasn't that short, so couldn't really get into the right position to play that shot. However, there is a gap in the mid-wicket region, and I'm sure Punya knows it. He has it in the back of his mind.
And another one. That was hit straight back at Usman. He got a hand to it, but couldn't really do anything more than that.
Simply not their day today when it comes to catching. Quite a few have gone down.
Shortish delivery this time. He was looking to shuffle across and play it towards the onside. And doesn't quite get it right there. So far, what we have seen from these two batters is absolutely fantastic thinking.
Yeah, we were talking about how the youngsters are not very much exposed to the 50-over games because they get to play a lot of T20 in this part of the world. However, the maturity shown by both of these youngsters has really been good. They have chosen their shots carefully and have played well.
So halfway through, they are 131 for 3 and looking very solid at the moment. Punya batting on 53 of 63. Harshit into his third over here. Shortish delivery, goes back and drives it straight to the fielder. That is going to be a dot ball. He's bowling quite flat. I'm a little surprised that we've not seen too much of flight from the spinners here, considering the amount of turn that we witnessed yesterday.
Yes, I think especially Harshit has been bowling a very flat trajectory. He's gone for runs as well. He's given about 6 runs each over. Ankur, on the other hand, was flighting it a little bit and was able to get some turn and purchase from the surface as well. Harshit, more of a flat, quicker bowler, comes from a straight run-up, doesn't come diagonally.
Yes, I think that also makes a little bit of a difference. The angles that you're operating with.
Just milking the bowling at the moment, both Amar and Punya. Easy singles, easy pickings. Ajman Heroes will have to do something, will have to take a wicket, will have to attack. Unless you do something different, you will not get a different result.
Yes, and so far I think both the teams are very happy with the way things are going on at this point in time. Although Ajman would be the side which will be slightly concerned. 26 bowled, 135 for 3.
Usman will continue his second over.
Second over of this spell, yes. And outside edge found, but that will run away to the third man area, and a misfield will allow a boundary. This is not what they would be very pleased with right now. Make no mistake about it. Not going their way at all at this point in time.
Could see some poor fielding on the ground as well as in the air. Dropped a few catches, misfields, fumbles. All of this will count in the end.
Back of a line this time, that has been guided down towards third man. They will manage to pick up a single. Amar batting on 100, batting on 48 right now. Punya 55. All going pretty well at this point in time for them.
Amar looking for his half century. Punya has already reached there and playing on 55, playing really, really well. Usman coming into ball the third ball of his over. Has been bowling a steady length outside the off stump.
And here's another one. Yes, more runs coming, more problems coming. Punya continues to do well here. Usman not at all happy. Late to react. That was wide from him, yes, but I think had he reacted on time, then the keeper would have pouched it.
Agonizingly close to his gloves, maybe about 4 or 5 inches. You're right, he was late to react. An early reaction would have resulted in a wicket. However, that's been the story of the day. Catches have been dropped in plenty. The body language doesn't look too promising. Shoulders are drooping, and that's what happens when the fielding team doesn't really back their bowlers. The morale seems to go down.
Disappointment and a lot of it. Couple of deliveries remaining in this over. 59 of 69. Oh, he was looking for a single there. No chance at all. Appeal. And there are overthrows. Has the umpire gone upstairs? No, doesn't look like.
I think he was home. Did a bit of a morning walk, walked down the wicket, played it. There wasn't a run there. I think even the throw was not necessary.
Unnecessarily giving away 1 run.
Will this be the ball where Amar gets to his half century? Let's see. Now he plays it defensively on to mid-off. Maybe the next over.
27 bowled, 145 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Will the change in wicketkeeper bring in a change in the fortunes?
We'll have to wait and watch. They need something different, definitely.
Chopra now donning the gloves. Sometimes, these kind of ploys work. You just have a lucky mascot who you make a slight change and then there can be a change in fortunes. Who knows? Time will tell. Meanwhile, Punya is batting on 60, well scored 60. Amar is on the lookout for his half century, playing on 48 of 56 balls. Scoring at a good average, a good run rate here at DCC.
And Punya has decided to break the shackles, but he's found the fielder. And finally, the catch has been taken. And as Vivek mentioned, the change in wicket keepers has done the trick. Punya coming down the track, looking to go over extra cover there. And he picked the fielder perfectly.
This looks like the change in fortunes here. Finally, a catch has been taken. This probably was the only ball that Harshit has flighted. He's been bowling a flat trajectory throughout his spell. One ball, he gives it a bit of an air, and he gets a wicket. Karan is the new batsman in. Karan Dhiman, right-hand batter. We are slightly over the halfway mark. There's still a lot of overs to come. Punya was looking good. He must have been thinking of another century, maybe back-to-back hundreds. Not to be.
Yes, he had to think about accelerating as well. Push back to the bowler. That is a dot ball. So after a very good partnership, they've lost a wicket. That's driven. Again, straight to the fielder. Another dot ball.
Sometimes one catch taken can pick up the whole morale of the fielding side and pick up the whole team. And suddenly you start seeing singles being saved. You start seeing fielders diving and runs being saved, throws being thrown directly into the wicketkeeper's hands like we saw just now. So one catch sometimes can make all the difference.
It's always these moments in the game which really turn things around. That's been easily done. Another single taken. So Dhiman is off the mark. Now Amar, the skipper, will have the responsibility of batting long. Others will have to play around him.
Played it defensively back to the bowler. End of 28 overs, 146 for 4 at DCC.
Yes, and with that, it's also a time for change in voices as Shoaib and Asim come back in to replace us.
Well, Usman Mani is continuing here. I mean, this second spell, he's been a bit more, he's come with that sort of an extra energy. Beautiful delivery. Just playing away from the body there, Karan Dhiman.
That was a good start to the over, and we've discussed that many a times. It is important to start off the over well. And he does exactly that, Usman Mani. He's got 1 wicket in his earlier spell. Now this is the right time to get another wicket here because Dubai Starlets have lost their star, Punya Mehra. They've still got some batting left. Dhiman can bat. There's Nilanj Keswani, who scored a very important 50 for Dubai Starlets in the first game. Coming down the order and scoring 50 runs, not an easy job. So they still have some batting left.
Well, definitely we have seen that Nilanj was pushed up the order as well in the longer format, D50 format once. And then he happened to actually show some resilience over there as well. Didn't score big, but those were important runs that he contributed. Now this is the phase where heroes will actually have to think like heroes now. Get as much as strike, the new man as, on the strike, and ensure that they are putting this current run rate down below around close to around 4.5 per se.
Yes, pressure is the key. Build pressure. Keep bowling in the right areas. Dhiman, he's just on 1 of 7 deliveries. So this is the right time to get another wicket. And in one-day cricket, I feel the middle overs, if you can take wickets in the middle overs, you definitely have a strong chance. Good ball, very good ball, nipping back in, cutting Dhiman in half. By the time he brought the bat down, the ball had already passed Arjun Dhiman. So that is a good delivery from Usman.
Well, it's his brother Karan Dhiman.
Oh, apologies, Karan.
I don't know honestly whether he has a brother or not, but he is Karan Dhiman.
Well, good that we've got so many Dhimans playing in the domestic circuit.
That reminds me of Shikhar Dhawan's partner in under 19 days, Gaurav Dhiman. Unfortunately, he did not get an Indian cap though, but he was very promising that time.
Yes, and so does Karan Dhiman. Looks to be a good middle order bat. And this has been the hallmark of Dubai Cricket Council, DCC. Every season they definitely give a lot of chances to the youngsters. They introduce a lot of youngsters in their team. Nicely driven straight to mid-off. And good running between the wickets as well.
Well, with every quality tournament, we'll discuss that after the short break. 29 overs gone, 147 for 4. Man who brought success continues. Putting with that tight length. You have to be really strong on your back foot in order to get the maximum out of those deliveries.
Yes, Harshit did not start off well, but he is bowling well now. Not a big turner of the ball. But he's definitely set himself in. Amar is on 48 runs now, 2 runs away from a captain's 50.
Well, now what this interesting move that has come in, Rahul Chopra behind the stumps. Worked around the corner, looking for 2. They'll get it comfortably. Fresh legs. And that will be 50 for the captain. Captain's knock came in at a situation which was a tricky one. They had lost 3 wickets, and from there he steadied the ship. It's his opportunity to convert this half century into a 3-figure. Get that bigger milestone.
Yes, you're right. I think he's played a very handy knock. Got a chance or 2. But you still have to score those runs. And scoring at a brisk pace as well. This is a good field setting. They've got Sagar Kalyan on a very shortish mid-off to stop that single. Good running again. That could have been trouble for Dhiman. A direct hit would have been very, very tight. A single to end the over. 30 overs have been bowled. 20 more to go. Dubai Starlets 150 for 4. So Jeevan Gangadharan being brought into the attack. Medium pacer with the strength of moving the ball away from the right-handed batter. Not a lot of movement now in his second spell, but he's also very consistent with his length.
Well, after a very long break, he's coming in to bowl his second spell. And will be interesting to see what sort of plans he has here that he's going to be executing. Another wicket here will definitely put them here on right on top of the situation here. He's still getting that movement, Shoaib, that late movement which he's known for.
Has been called a wide, too much of movement. Imran Munir, the umpire, thinks it was outside the warning line. But yes, with two balls being used from both the ends, the ball tends to hold its shine, especially on a turf ground like this, which is absolutely world class. Best of the best. So the ball definitely does something if you've got that ability to move the ball. Meanwhile, another good looking shot clipped off his pads. The ball will race away towards the boundary. We were talking about how good the outfield is, how good the turf is. That is a perfect example of how you can get value for your shots if you time the ball well at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Well, Shoaib, I'll be a bit critical here on you. My friend, that shot was too good. It was timed perfectly. It was beautifully timed. Sagar Kalyan, one of the good fielders in the team, didn't get a chance to actually bend down and stop that. Beautifully timed there by Ammar. And I think, the level of confidence that he has at the moment after crossing that milestone, I mean, it's a different level altogether. Look at that. With this current run rate, they end up at 257, which is going to be a very competitive total here.
Another flick. This time, Sagar Kalyan bends and stops the ball as well.
For a second, it felt like it wasn't Sagar Kalyan, it was Mohammad Wasim there.
Yes, and Ammar is looking really good. Like you mentioned, after the 50, he's grown in confidence. And it is important for Dubai Starlets that he plays as long as possible. 55 of 64 should get to the triple figure mark. Good bowling on the stumps.
Well, I think they have to keep it going. Attack the stumps as much as possible. Don't offer unnecessary width. No free-flowing runs. And I think certain changes in the field setup should be there.
Yes, exactly my point. I was just coming to that. I think they're a little too attacking for Ammar. The short mid-wicket is way too close. I think they can afford to give Ammar a single and then get that fielding in and put pressure on Karan Dhiman.
Bang on, Shoaib. And let that single go. Get Karan Dhiman on strike and apply extra pressure, more than what it is right now.
Yes, that four that went off the bat, of course, it was perfectly timed. But had Sagar Kalyan been on the circle, he would have been able to stop that. He was way too close to Ammar. And now he's gone back. So definitely missed a trick there. And that is why field placement is so important in a 50-over game. Now that ball and that shot does not need any field placement, because you can place your players anywhere you like. That ball would have still gone for 4 runs.
Stand and deliver, as they say. Glorious looking shot. Take a picture. Hold that pose, my friend. Beautiful looking shot. Gorgeous. 31 overs gone, 160 for 4 Dubai Starlets. Well, here definitely thinking cap needs to be on there during the break as well as we discussed, Shoaib. Very critical. Very critical that you strategize every move, especially when a wicket is fallen. Ensure that the new man faces maximum deliveries. What that does is it tests his patience, his confidence, and at the same time the partner who's already set. An excellent looking drive in the gap, but there is a fielder. Ajmal keeps it down to a single.
Yes, that was a good shot again. They've got two fielders very close to each other on the offside just to plug that gap and just to avoid that single straight down the ground. But Karan Dhiman still manages to pierce that gap. Harshad bowling well. 161. So the score is definitely looking good and promising. And the platform is set for Dubai Starlets. 10 more overs. And then they have the license to go for the kill in the last 10. They can actually explode in those last 10 overs and try to get to 280, 290 maybe.
Well, sure, if you've been watching the games previously, tell me more about the depth in the batting and if they have any powerhouse who can clear the ropes easily in the last 10, knowing the fact that there'll be 5 fielders outside. Do you feel that they have enough strength there?
Well, going by the last game, at least Nilansh Keswani was looking good. He came down the order and scored 50 runs. And what we've seen so far is that not a lot of sixes are being hit here, but a lot of good shots. And because the outfield is so fast and the ground is not the biggest, if you can play down the ground and try to find those gaps, you'll still get those runs that you need. 32 overs gone, 162 for 4.
Trying to ball that body length delivery to Amar. And I think that move needs to be taken here by the Ajman heroes. Captain really needs to think about how he needs to pick up wickets. There's one you get wickets, and there is one you force the batsman to give his wicket away. That's something that the Ajman heroes captain really need to think about how he needs to get that thing done.
Yes, that's right. Sometimes you have to be a little defensive, wait for the batsman to do a mistake, play the wrong shot. While sometimes you need to create that opportunity by building pressure. And as of now, I feel Ajman heroes are not doing that as much as they would have liked to, because the runs are coming nice and easy. The current run rate is at 5, which is pretty good. They'll have to build pressure, or they read the batter and try to make him play somewhere he is not comfortable playing. So for Ammar, maybe I would try and make him cut the ball a lot more, see if he's good in that area. And he cuts it pretty nicely behind point. They are looking for two, and by the time Ansar Khan throws that ball, it's going to be easy 2 runs.
Yeah, definitely not the quickest of the lot. These young chaps will make full use of the opportunities that they have in terms of running between the wickets. Very, very important for them, for the fact that the run, in order to keep the scoreboard ticking, that's one of the best things that they have in their armory.
Yes, that's right. And especially in a 50-over format, you need that kind of running between the wickets. You need to have long passages of play where you keep those singles and doubles coming in. And with the heat and the humidity in Sharjah, it becomes even more difficult. It's a big challenge. But these players, they've got used to these conditions, and that is why it's expected of them to come out and take those quick singles and doubles. And that is where DCC Starlets are really good at.
Nicely played. And a quick single taken there by Karan. 169 for 4. In fact, 168 for 4. Ball to go in the 33rd. Shoaib, what do you think will be the target for DCC Starlets? What they will be targeting at the moment, the situation they are in at the moment with 17 overs to go after this?
I think 270, 280 definitely. That is what they'll be happy to score in the first innings. That's gone high and just over Jeevan Gangadharan. This is just his 5th over, but look how exhausted Jeevan looks. He's tired, he's sapped. Will need some fluids. 168 for 4. So after a short drinks break, we are back in this game against Dubai Starlets and AJMAN Heroes. Harshit continues with his 7th over. Nicely bowled. Again, he's one of the bowlers who likes to vary his pace. Sometimes he bowls a lot quicker. I would love to see Ankur Sangwan back into the attack. I think he would have been a good choice in the middle overs.
Well, definitely just to cut down on the scoring rate and, just inviting the batsman to take that extra risk at the moment, because with that added extra fielder inside the circle, that gives you that extra leeway wherein the batsman is enticed to actually go after the bowling. Just like that, excellent effort. And Harshit just indicating to the captain that you were slightly away from where I actually wanted you to be.
Yes, these kind of chances should come your way. A little bit of luck is always good to have by your side. Got some hand onto it. Nicely bowled again.
We're looking very confident there, Karan. Batting as if he's there for a very, very long time. Faced 21 deliveries for his 7, but looking very confident. "34 overs gone, 170 for 4 DCC Starlets." Well, the captain's reading our minds, or maybe he's hearing us. Ankur Sangwan's brought back into the attack.
Well, let me tell you, they've got television screens in their dugouts. And I think they've got access to our commentary as well. Because clearly, what we think here and what the captain thinks more often than not is the same. Now it's going to be an interesting contest, I feel.
Well, it has to be this trajectory, the way he's bowling at the moment, Ankur. Just keep it a bit slow. Invite them to go after that big shot.
Yes, we've seen him, at least I have seen him bowl in the last season. And I know what his strengths and weaknesses are. Not many weaknesses, that's for sure. But Asim, you're looking at him, you're watching him for the first time. What is your first impression of Ankur Sangwan?
Well, really impressive on his length, the consistent length that he's hitting. As a left-arm spinner, that is the ideal length that you've got to be hitting. And just slightly keep on varying with the pace. But the length is pitch perfect.
Again, that same length, similar shot. Now what that does is now Karan Dhiman will be thinking this shot on the back foot is definitely not working. So I'll have to play and innovate something that normally you would not. There you go, an aggressive looking shot. Luckily he has not played that in the air. Was uppish, but safe in the end. End of the 35th. And with that over. It's going to be a change in the com box. Nishant and Vivek will join you.
Nicely flicked away there for another single. As Asim did mention in the previous stint, Dhiman, despite his sluggish strike rate, has looked very comfortable on the crease. Amar has maintained his strike rate pretty well. Short ball pulled from outside the off stump there, straight to long on for another single. I think it's about time when DCC will probably have to start thinking about doing something about that run rate. 4.92, they would want to take it to 5.5 at least.
They must be looking at a 250 plus score here. That's a good score on this wicket. This is the same track which was used yesterday, so you can expect it to further slow down in the second half of the innings and make batting more difficult. The short mid-off fielder is still there. Good single, too short third man, comfortably taken.
Yes, Amar continues to chip along. Nicely driven back to the bowler. Dot ball again. Harshit into his 8th. None for 36. Flat, wrapped on the pads. And the finger goes up. Dhiman doesn't look very convinced there, but the umpire was, and that is what matters at the end of the day.
I think he was out. Mostly the batsmen will not be convinced on LBWs. They would like to think that they are not out, but I think it was out. It might have been touch and go, but it was right in front of the stumps. The ball wasn't turning much. It was a flat ball going straight onto the stumps.
Yes, I think he was in front of the stumps there. And that should have clipped the stumps is what I believe as well. 36 bowled, 176 for the loss of 5 wickets. Sangwan will bowl from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end.
Change of ends for him. He was bowling earlier from the Bukhatir end and has changed his ends now. Nice rhythmic action, bowls with a jump, gets some purchase off the wicket. Looped up, gave a good flight to this ball and well fielded as well on his follow through.
Yes, that is a very important skill set, especially in these overs. Many a times the batsman would play it back to you, and that's a lovely shot off the back foot into the gap. But just a couple of runs taken.
Very well placed. There's not a huge gap between these two fielders, and the way he pierced the gap, got 2 runs for himself. Well played indeed. Staying at the back foot, waiting for the ball to come to him, waiting for the ball to turn, and then playing the shots.
And that's a good save. There was a quickish delivery, and that was very nicely played by Amar as well. It was cut off. And this is one thing that they've had no trouble with. That is picking up the singles. Just kept rotating the strike over. And that is why that run rate has always been around 5 runs and over.
That's right. The new batsman, Nilansh, a left-hander. Will be interesting to see what he does to a left-arm spinner. He took his guard and he started walking towards square leg to do some squats.
Yes, you've seen players do that these days. They just want to get away from the din. Just focus. Easily played down the ground, single taken, and he's off the mark straight away, Nilansh.
Easy single. I think he has an off-stump guard. The way he was standing, he's covered all the stumps. Will be interesting. I think he will look to accelerate from the first impression that I get of him.
There's again very good running there by Amar. Good thinking. End of 37 overs. It's 181 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Harshit continuing. Slight last-minute adjustments to the field. And continues to bowl a left arm around the wicket. This is in the air.
And dropped. Now that fielder in that silly mid-off position was placed exactly for that reason. He's been standing there all day. And the first time the ball goes to him, the chance is there. He's put it down.
Butter fingers. I think AJMAN Heroes had a lot of butter in the lunch today. And it kind of stuck onto their fingers and they have not been able to hold on to the catches throughout this innings.
So many missed opportunities. DCC would have been in doldrums. Clipped away. Nicely done. He's running the first one hard, but won't get a second there. Amar has been very calm, very composed. You mentioned that 280 should be an ideal score to get here. Not going to be easy to get there. But if Amar bats till about the 45th over, then they will.
Yes, and his fitness will be tested for sure. Because it's hot and a little humid out there. This has been edged, and this time there is no slip. There was a slip fielder for a very long time in this innings, but this time there was no slip, and the ball trickles down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, another genuine edge there. And definitely the fact that there was no slip fielder aiding Amar. That's what they'll have to start doing now, find boundaries. That's fired in by Harshit. Amar missing out on the flick. Will be disappointed. There was an opportunity to play the flick shot there. Watchful defense to end the over. 38 overs have been bowled. It's 189 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Ankur to continue his spell. He has a slip for the left-hander batter Nilansh. Coming into ball over the wicket. Nilansh wants to sweep, has been given LBW, misses the line completely and has to walk back to the dugout. Close decision, I would say. This was turning a long way.
Nilansh, beg your pardon, will have to go back. He's out for 2 of 3 here. And that's wicket number 6 going down for DCC Starlets.
Shaurya Singh, the new man in. A left-hander would have been very handy in this part of the innings had Nilansh stayed longer. May have been able to do some damage, but was not to be. Shaurya, the right-hand batter, coming in now. And Ankur now going around the wicket to the right-hander.
Shaurya on strike then. And quite comfortably gets off the mark again. .190 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Partnership needed. If you need to get to 250, somebody needs to do that 35-40 run partnership. And that too in a good time. Ankur has bowled really, really well. He's just given away 29 runs. He's into his 8th over. Nicely flighted. Very nice loop.
And he waited for that one. I think he was shaping to glance it away, but he saw that the delivery was much quicker, so flicked it towards mid-wicket for a single.
Ankur has been getting some turn. Harshit hasn't gotten much turn, but Ankur has been getting some turn off the wicket here. Different bowling styles, both the left-arm spinners. Whereas Ankur likes to flight and bowls with an angle where he gets some spin, Harshit is more of a flat trajectory, fast left-arm spin bowler.
Straight to the fielder, no chance of a run on that occasion. That'll be the end of over number 39. It's 191 for the loss of 6 wickets. 11 overs remain.
Well made 90 for Amar, well made 80 by Amar of 90 deliveries. Must be looking towards his 100. And also must be looking to get a few boundaries here without taking too much of risks.
'80 of 90 Amar. I think for DCC right now it is important that he gets to his 100 and does so in the next 6 overs or so, so that there's a chance for him to go for the onslaught in the final 5. And not to be. That is a very strange way of getting out. It was a shortish delivery, looking to pull there. The ball didn't rise as much and has clipped the top of off stump.
Poor shot selection. Really poor shot selection. Once you are on 80 and well set, this is not the shot that's expected. This ball was not there for the pull. Would have been better off to go onto the back foot and punch it straight down the ground and take a single. However, well played by Amar Badami. 80 runs off 91 balls. 10 boundaries in that innings. Good batting overall. 191 now for 7 wickets. Suddenly 250, 270 looks very far away, and even 250 looks a bit far.
Yes, now things change, and they change drastically if you ask me. It is going to be difficult. And now he banks in the short one. This one rises as per expectation. This was the wicket. Or maybe not. Outside edge and dropped. That's the umpteenth catch that has been put down by AJMAN Heroes. And if they end up winning this game, they will have to consider themselves very lucky. Another one that should have been taken.
A regulation catch in the slips. I think this should definitely have been taken. Was dipping on him a little bit, yes. But still, these need to be taken. I have lost count how many they dropped. I have stopped counting now. I don't know. Many catches have been dropped. Could have been the third wicket for AJMAN if this was taken.
The run rate also dipping now. It was pretty much around the 5 runs per over mark. Now a shade under that, 4.82. Minuscule difference. Again, back of a length. Batted away towards the offside. No chance of a run. Excellent over. This is a fabulous over from Usman at this stage of the game. A wicket and 4 dot balls.
Another dot ball, and this will be a wicket maiden. Will that happen? That will not happen because this has been flicked off the toes to the onside. They're running fast. They've taken 2. They're going back for the third one. 3 runs coming in that last ball. The score moves on to 194 for 7 after the end of 40 overs.
Right, then a wicket maiden would have been nice, but conceding just 1 run and picking up a wicket is also good. Yesterday we saw 2 wicket maidens at the Bukhatir League. Wanted a single, yes and no, sent back and rightly so. And even at the CPL last night, Imad Wasim bowled a couple of wicket maidens. A wicket maiden to start his spell and then a double wicket maiden. So his figures at the end of 2 overs read 3 for none.
I think it was a day for left-arm spinners yesterday. It should be named as International Left-Arm Spinner Day. Across everywhere, left-arm spinners were flourishing. Ankur has been flourishing as well. He's been really effective in his bowling. Has just given away about 32 runs now in his 9th over. Quite economical. Bowled quite well. And what has impressed me is that he's been bowling with an aggressive field throughout. He still has a fielder in the slip. He still has fielders near in a catching position in the short cover region as well as short mid wicket.
Beautiful delivery. Sailesh was in a lot of minds there. Not 2 minds, a lot of minds. He didn't know what he had to do. Ended up with a poke.
That's right. And this one, off the back foot, no run. Ankur continues his over without giving away many runs.
This time driven down the ground, single taken. 197 for 7. Shaurya batting on 1 of 3. Will be on strike now. Is coming to replace Surya in the side today. Last ball of over number 41. Was looking to cut. Got it off the toe end of the bat. Dot ball. It's a 197 for 7.
Sailesh now to face Nasir. There's a change in bowling. Nasir is going to come in to bowl either an off spinner or a leg spinner because he's a bit of a mystery. Sometimes bowls leg spinners and sometimes bowls off spinners.
He started off with off spin there, finding the inside edge of Sailesh. The single bringing Shaurya on strike. Nicely driven down the ground. There is a fielder, just a single again. So now again that conundrum, whether to look for big shots, aim for 280, get shot out for 220, or bat normally and get to 250.
I think they shouldn't start the onslaught yet because they only have 3 wickets in hand. Somewhere around the 46th or the 47th over, the onslaught can begin. Till that time, wickets need to be preserved. Don't take much risk. Get those singles and doubles. Continue the scoreboard. Continue to make it tick without taking much risks. Another at least 5 overs. Oh, he didn't listen to me. He plays a shot which is in the air, but 2 bounces too long on will get a single. Nasir would be happy to see that. He would be happy to see that the batsman is trying to attack and willing to take risks.
Yes, that'll give them a bit of confidence there, the bowlers. And he goes for a big shot in the air, and a catch is taken. Just after bringing up the 200, Shaurya looking to go for the big shot.
Jeevan doesn't provide any life to the batsman, whereas the other Ajman Heroes fielders have been giving a lot of lives.
Right, and just 2 more wickets is what Ajman will need, and they'll be very happy with the way they've pulled things back after the twin 50s. From Amar and Punya. Inside edge will pick up a single.
Amar and Punya, the only two batsmen who were impressive and were able to take the team up to 200. None of the other batters have been able to make it count today. Last ball of Nas is over. Can he take another wicket?
Watchful defense. End of over number 42. 202 for the loss of 8 wickets. And once again, it's time for a change in voices. Shoaib and Asim back on.
Thank you, Nishant and Harshit and Sailesh are the two batters out there. Number 9 and number 10. Ankur pretty consistent here. Look at the bowling figures. He's in his last over. 9.1 overs, 34 runs and 1 wicket. Pretty economical there. Shoaib's favorite left arm spinner.
Well, I have quite a few left-arm favorites. He's definitely one of them. Also like Nilanj Keswani. He's good as well. There is Harry Barwal. Simranjeet Singh. I like him as well. So the list is long. And the night is young. As of now, the youngsters, DCC, are in a spot of bother. At one moment, it was as if 270, 280 was definitely on the cards. Oh, good delivery. That is why I like him. He gets that extra bounce off the deck.
Talking about the left arm spinners, the man holding the purple cap is a left arm spinner. Brought to you by Leap Sports.
Well done, Asim Sheikh. Good plug in there. Good ball again. Yes, you're right. Gopa Kumar, the purple cap holder. In fact, Gopa Kumar was the purple cap holder. It's Azhar now. So a left-handed bowler giving the purple cap to a left-handed spin bowler. You're absolutely spot on.
Quicker one, quicker in the air. Trying to cut that, but missing it completely. That's the end of that fantastic spell there from Ankur Sangwan. Tried his luck with a quicker one. Gets done with the spell for 35 and a wicket in his 10-over quota. 204 for 8 DCC Starlets. Well, if you talk about the difference between the match, the first innings yesterday versus today, is the fact that there were two partnerships that were built yesterday, one between Haider and Mayank Chaudhary. And after Mayank's departure, it was Haider along with captain of Future Mattress, Shoaib Lagari. He put on a show. 204 for it. So with two players out there, two more wickets, what do you think would be that realistic total that they should target from here on?
Well, 240. I'm still very optimistic. 240. If they take those singles and doubles, they'll get to that score. So that is what is needed. I feel 240 should definitely be their plan.
Yeah, even if you score at 5 and over from here on, with 6 overs in hand, you're adding up another 30, 35 odd runs. Beautiful delivery. Just as we speak about building a partnership, there is Nasser Aziz's experience comes in play, and that goes between the gates.
What a peach of a delivery. I think that is the perfect off-spinner's delivery. Pitching outside off, taking that turn, gap between bat and pad, and hitting the top of those stumps there. Brilliantly bowled. Ball of the day, ball of the night, call it whatever you want. Sailesh Jaishankar had no answers to that. 9 of 15. And that's the 9th wicket down.
Last man in, Yug Sharma. Right in the block hole. I was anticipating that. Nasser Aziz will get in. Try his luck there. Bat coming in, bat coming down at the right time.
Yes, Nasir is a death bowler specialist in a way. He bowls those Yorkers absolutely spot on every time. So we can expect that a lot more in the coming overs. 44 overs have been bowled. And DCC Starlets are 205 for 9. Interesting turn of events. Arif. No, it's not Arif. It is in fact Usman who's continuing. And we'll see him bowl. And maybe Jeevan Gangadharan will also get a few overs. But I think the way Nasir Aziz has bowled, he might just be continued from the other end. Now it's about 220 for DCC Starlets, right, Asim?
Now it's about adding as many as possible.
Yeah, but the immediate target should be 220. Get to 220. Take those singles, get to 220.
10 runs at a time. Then let's focus on the next 10, then the next 10. Very simple calculation to approach with the last man in. Just try to avoid fetching deliveries and try to play those ambitious shots. Lot better. Harshit Seth looks a bit confident there in terms of his defense. Rock solid.
looks like a proper batter. He definitely doesn't look like a number 10 or a number 11. Harshit Seth, he's played 12 deliveries. But that last ball was a very convincing defense. So yes, he's got the right technique. Does he have the right temperament?
Quick single taken. Definitely there is a backup. Now, I think a lot of credit should be given to the heroes here, the way they have bounced back as heroes. In a matter of 55 runs, team DCC Starlets, in fact, 60 odd runs, they have lost 6 wickets. From 145 run mark, they have lost 6 wickets in a matter of 60 odd runs.
Yes, that's right. And that also shows that AJMAN Heroes have made a strong comeback. They started off well, and then they just lagged, dropped a few catches. But that one wicket of Punya Mehra definitely changed the course of the game for AJMAN Heroes.
Well, even after Punya's wicket, Amar was batting very sensibly. He didn't get to his 50-run mark when Punya got out. He was batting at 43 at that time. And from there, he added out another 37 odd runs. Good looking shot. And these will help. Harshit Seth, you said he doesn't look like a number 10. That shot definitely was not a number 10.
Absolutely. Like I said, the way he played that defensive shot, he looks like a confident batter. And that means they will definitely want Harshit Seth to play as many balls as possible. That was a good shot. The key was the placement, wide of the mid-on fielder, realizing that he's inside the circle. So placement, absolutely perfect. And the result, 4 runs. 45 overs gone, 213 for 9.
Spectators out there cheering. Not sure for which team though.
Yes, that's right. They're just here for the cricket, I'm sure. They're just here to enjoy the quality of cricket on display at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Cut behind point. And Ansar, is it?
Harshit Kaushik does the job well. Just a single there on that occasion, and it's going to be Harshit Seth on strike. Driven for a single, so dealing in singles, that'll help. That'll definitely help.
Well, I would cheer if I'm the captain of Dubai Starlets. Every run from here on is a bonus, and it's gold dust for a DCC. He's played that up in the air. Will land safely. There was a long on, Sagar Kalyan, but couldn't reach there in time. Risky shot from Yug, and Harshit needs to have a word with Yug and tell him to hold his horses, at least till the last over.
Well, the idea should be very simple. Look at that. Ansar is limping. He is not in a position to sprint there after the ball. Not the quickest among the lot, but that's a worrying sign. They are about to get to that second innings where he'll have to come and bash the bowlers.
Yes, he's just, I mean, he's in the team not to run, that's for sure. He's only there to stand and deliver those balls out of Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Definitely not there to run, but make the others run. 46 gone, 217 for 9.
4 more overs to go. 217 on the board for Dubai Starlets. Harshit on 13 and Yug on 3 of 7. Bowling change, it's going to be Jeevan Gangadharan. 5 overs for him. He won't be completing his quota of 10. Yorkers coming in, Asim.
Well, definitely.
He's got a good bouncer as well. Will be interesting to see if he employs that against the number 10 and 11. Starts off with a fuller delivery, clearly down leg. Imran Munir says no.
Very interesting decision there. Ball slightly holding its line, drifting down. Didn't get that natural movement which Jeevan usually gets. Had there been the even slightest of movements there, probably getting away from the right-hander, that would have been a close affair. Staying on the stumps, looking for 2, and they'll get it comfortably. It's placed in the gap. The short, in fact, the deep fine leg is standing way too fine. Weren't able to see him from the com box here, but there is a fielder manning that area.
Yes, with the death overs, that's the last 10 overs, you can get 5 fielders on the boundary ropes. Now the fine leg comes in, and the long on fielder goes out for Harshit Seth. This is good planning, good field placement. He's bowled it on the pads. Oh, that is a lucky escape for Jeevan, because that ball, had Harshit Seth played it with the fine leg fielder inside the circle, even if he would have timed it just a little bit more, he could have got more runs.
Well, definitely, and he was standing way too fine there. He would have had the chance to middle it and place it between the short fine leg fielder and that square leg. That was a massive gap. Acres of land.
This is good bowling again. Oh, but not the greatest of fielding. Should have stopped that himself.
Now look at that. Number 10, number 11 added 20 runs with the bat. Forget about the extras. With the bat, they've added 20 runs. These are valuable runs.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And at one moment, like I said, DCC were cruising. And then for the last wicket, they've got 13 important runs. That's the partnership. Takes the outside edge. But there is a fielder. Sagar Kalyan will stop that. So yes, like I said, every run from here on is important for Dubai Starlets. And because these are youngsters and they've played a lot of school cricket where they get that opportunity of playing those 25, 30 over games, they know the importance of these runs. Yes, you played one bad shot, but other than that, they have played all the shots on the ground and have tried to take those singles.
And to add to that, these extras will definitely help the batting side. It's very important here for Team AJMAN Heroes to ensure that Yug stays on strike and those singles are not coming through, because they're not going to go after the bowling here. They're not going to risk that. They're just trying to convert these singles into doubles. That's what their strategy seems like.
Yes, and I think AJMAN Heroes will be happy with that. They'll be okay if they don't concede any boundaries and they just give those singles. Because at one point in time, DCC Starlets were looking at 280, 290. They've done well to restrict them to 223 as of now. 3 more overs to go, 223 for 9.
Dawn of Ajman coming in for his last over.
Flighty delivery outside off. Played it straight down the ground. And a direct hit. Excellent stuff. There were never 2 runs there. They went for it. They wanted Harshit to stay on strike. But what that has resulted in is a direct hit from long on. And that's the end of the innings.
Well, there's nothing that Ajmal can do wrong here today. Got a fantastic catch up, Punya Mehra. Didn't make a mistake, and here, direct hit. What a time to get a direct hit. Saving at least 10-15 odd runs, Shoaib. That's what we were discussing.
Absolutely. I think that throw has shifted the momentum in their favor. They'll be leaving the ground on a very positive note, thinking that, yes, they've got 222. And with the batting power that Ajman Heroes have, they will fancy their chances of chasing this total down. 3 more overs to left, Asim. They could have got another 18-20 runs. But that is what good fielding can do and have an impact on a game, not just on an innings, but on the result of a match as well.
Well, these runs can turn out to be that differentiating factor, right? We have seen the game between IGM and Sri Lions. It went right to the wire, 2 wickets in hand. And these runs, if Sri Lions would have actually given it away in the first innings, that would have been the difference that would have resulted in a different result of the game. So that is why it is said, work hard for every run, save every run.
Absolutely well said there. Yes, they need to bowl really well now, DCC Starlets. Ajman Heroes will walk towards their dugout with a feeling that they have got control of this game.
Well, that's what they need to chase here, Ajman Heroes. 223 of 300 legal deliveries. And the required run rate would be at 4.46. And I think had this been communicated to the captain, he would have happily accepted that at the time of the toss. Well, we take a quick short break, and then we'll be live from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium for the second innings and the run chase.
Right, we've got a small little presentation to be done, and of course I have with me Mr. Tahseen Javed, the match referee. Thank you for joining us again, sir. And yes, this is the orange cap that is to be awarded for another spectacular innings played by Punya Mehra. Come forward, Punya. He's the Leap Sports orange cap holder now. And Punya, a quick chat with you. It was a very good innings from you today as well. You started off on a slow note, but you really picked it up very well. How was the pitch playing?
To be honest, it was a bit slow in the start. You know, the Pacers were bowling it very well as well. It started to get better in the second half of the innings, but the spinners bowled really well as well. You know, it was taking on a bit. I guess we have 15 runs short on the board, but I think the boys are pumped up. They're gonna do well.
Well, there's never a right time to get out, but you think you got out at a very wrong time today?
I guess so. If I batted another 10-15 overs, Amar batted definitely really well. If I batted another 10-15 overs, we could have had that 260, 280, 270 runs mark. But I guess nothing's bad, you know, 220, anything can happen here.
A lot of opportunities given to you guys today, a lot of dropped chances, so thanking your stars for that.
Definitely. But on the other part, you know, they bowled really well, you know, they created the opportunities. The pitch was helping the spinners as well. So that's just the part of the game, I guess.
So you think you've got enough runs on the board, you can defend it?
I think we can definitely defend it, you know, because we've got 4 spinners as well. And the pitch is pretty slow, so there's break as well on the pitch. So I think we should be able to cross the line.
Well, some wonderful batting. Looking forward to seeing that more, and good luck for the second half.
Thank you so much.
Right, and that was Punya Mehra, the Leap Sports orange cap holder right now in the 47th Bukhatir League. And right now we'll dive into a short break. We'll come back with the run chase.
Good evening and welcome to SkyExchange.net presents the 47th Bukhatir League 2022, powered by FanCode. DCC Starlets in the first inning scoring 223 runs. Amar Badami scoring 80 of 91. Punya Mehra scoring 60 of 71. No major contributions coming in from the top order nor the bottom, and hence they could manage 223 runs. Now, AJMAN Heroes will have to chase that total down in the next 50 overs. And will be interesting to see how they start, because that is going to be of utmost importance. The first 10 overs, they'll need to bat sensibly, see off the new ball, and then score those runs. We're just about to witness the second innings. This is how the bowling panned out for AJMAN Heroes. The pick of the bowlers was Nasir Aziz, 9.1 overs. He took 3 wickets. And in fact, all the bowlers definitely contributed in a way, each bowler getting a wicket or 2. And in the end, they restricted DCC to 223. At one time, they were looking to score even more. But I think AJMAN Heroes will be happy with the bowling performance in the first innings. That's the target, that's the equation. 224 needed from the allotted 50 overs at a run rate of 4.48. Joining me in the combox is my friend and co-commentator, Vivek Shukla. Vivek, good evening.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the warm welcome, Shoaib. 4.48 is the required run rate. Not a tall ask, but you still will need partnerships. Whenever you are chasing more than 200, it means that there has to be 1 or 2 big partnerships to chase that score down.
Ansar Khan will be facing the first ball. Nilansh Keswani will start the bowling from the Bukhatir end, and he starts off with a good delivery. He's got that lethal arm delivery, the arm ball which comes into the right-hander, and that will definitely test and challenge the batting skills of Ansar. This is going to be a good contest, Vivek, because these two players have played against each other a lot. They know their strengths and weaknesses, so we'll have to see who wins this battle.
Yes, it will be an interesting battle. A good bowler. Nilansh looks good from whatever I've seen in the first 3 balls. Oh, this could be close. This is a direct hit onto the batting end. Umpire is not interested.
That was a risky single. Ansar just playing it, quickly realizing there's a chance. He goes towards the danger end. He's not 100% fit. But Sagar Kalyan, yes, comfortably making it in the end. Both these openers are immensely talented. Ansar, a big hitter, an explosive batter. Sagar Kalyan, much more sedate, but equally dangerous. He can definitely take the game away from you, especially on the offside. He's extremely talented.
Nilansh is bowling. His ball drifts in the air into the right-hander and then pitches and tends to leave the right-hand batter, which is pretty dangerous, which means he bowls seam up and tweaks the ball a little bit and tries to get some drift in the air itself.
Yes, that's a good observation, because he does that a lot. He's like more of the likes of Imad Wasim at the international level. Likes to bowl with the new ball, regardless of what the format is. And a true fighter. He likes to take up challenges. He likes to bowl to the best batters of the opposition side and enjoys his cricket a lot.
Bowls with a straight run-up, not a diagonal one. End of the first over. The score for AJMAN Heroes is 1 for no loss.
So bowling from the SCA end is Sailesh Jaishankar. Was impressive in the first game, got a few wickets as well. Will be important how he starts, because had a shaky start when he was bowling, but then got his rhythm and bowled some really good tight overs. Will be important that he starts off well and tries to extract some swing in the air, get a wicket. But Ansar will be licking his lips, seeing Sailesh Jaishankar come into bowl. There you go, immediately some movement in the air, and Ansar does not have the patience to let that ball go. You'll never see him leave the ball. He will try and attack every delivery.
Will be interesting to see on this wicket as it slows down. This is the same track which was used yesterday, the same pitch. Likely to play slower on the second day today. So it'll be interesting to see how Ansar takes this challenge. If he really goes hammer and tongs, well, it can be interesting, to say the least.
Well, trust me, the pitch, the ground conditions, dew, no dew, are the last thing on Ansar Khan's mind. He doesn't even bother about that. All he knows is to hit the ball out of the park. And you've already seen that in the first two deliveries. The ball is shaping away. Not a lot of feet movement as well. Good hand-eye coordination. And the quicker the ball comes to his bat, the quicker the ball flies off his bat.
Yeah, he's eyeing the onside. That's what I told you, he's eyeing the onside, and this has been dispatched into the stands for a maximum.
Well, that's what we were talking about. Ansar Khan, look at that bat swing. It was in the slot, not a bad delivery. But Ansar Khan likes the ball to be bowled in that area. That's gone on the roof. Humongous, monstrous six from the bat of Ansar Khan. If he stays there till 15 overs, we might just go for another early dinner.
Second time?
We will have to, because we won't have anything else to do. Immediately you see a team meeting discussing a plan for Ansar Khan, because they know Ansar Khan can be very, very dangerous, very destructive, and can take the game away from DCC single-handedly.
Young Shailesh, I think this is where experience comes into play, and this is where anticipation and trying to predict what the opponent will do. He could have seen that he's eyeing the onside and continued with his outswingers, but he bowled that one. The previous ball than this was a straight one coming into the right-hander, and he hoinked him over the square leg boundary. Sailesh quickly adjusting and goes back to his outswing bowling now and continues to bowl outside the off stump, because he's not going to make that mistake. The offside field is packed. There's no need to bowl on the pads. There's no need to even bowl on the stumps, because Ansar will definitely take you to the cleaners if you bowl within his radar and within his range.
Foolish delivery again. He's played that over, long off, and the result is the same. He will deal in sixes, and that's why you don't need Ansar Khan running between the wickets. If you can hit the way he does, that is all you need. Again in the slot, outside off this time, and he plays it straight down the ground for six.
Brilliant shot with the swing. Goes big. I would reckon if he's not going to bowl on the leg stump, and if he's going to keep this outside the off stump line, then he doesn't need the fine leg. The fine leg can actually move towards a deep extra cover or a long off.
Slower delivery. This one's gone high up in the air. Has it got the distance? Of course it has. When Ansar Khan hits, they stay hit. Another monstrous six coming from the bat of Ansar Khan. He's on fire. 3 sixes in that over. 18 of the Sailesh first over. 19 for no loss is AJMAN Heroes. So 18 runs in the previous over. 3 sixes. Nilanj Keswani continues from the Bukhatir end. Sagar Kalyan gets off the mark with that single. Well, Sagar has the best seat in the house, doesn't he? Enjoying those hits from the non-striking end.
It's also a dangerous seat. If a ball is hit straight back at you, there wouldn't be much of an opportunity to take evasive action.
That's right. I would never remove my helmet when Ansar Khan is batting on the other end. Oh, that was a chance. He had played that uppishly towards mid-wicket. Punya Mehra will cut that off. But yes, that was half a chance at least. We'll have to see that in the replay, if that was close enough to the mid-wicket fielder.
It wasn't that close, was a difficult chance. DCC has to look at taking these half chances. Difficult catches, direct hit for a run out. Because something like that has to be pulled out of the hat to stop this onslaught called Ansar Khan.
And that's good bowling, and that's why you would want spin from both ends, especially when Ansar Khan is batting. He is batting sensibly against Nilanj. There you go, just playing those deliveries. He knows he's going to get his chances. And we spoke about licking lips when he saw Shailesh Jaishankar. He absolutely bludgeoned the ball all over the park. He wants that single. He wants to run and take those singles as well.
He wants to come on the strike in the first ball of the next over. That's why he wants the single.
Well, I don't think Shailesh will get another over from the other end. We'll have to see who bowls. I think it could be Harshit Seth, another spinner, bowling from the other end. End of the third. AJMAN Heroes 22 for no loss.
Start of a fresh over. All Sagar has to do is to take a single.
Well, it is Shailesh Jaishankar who's continuing the second over. So clearly, the captain Amar Badami has shown some faith. And Sagar will be on strike. Drives it towards the cover fielder. Not a lot of movement for Shailesh.
Some sanity returns with this orthodox cover drive going into the fielder. One slip has been removed. Now we only have a slip, but the fielder on the fine leg is still there.
Foolish again. He's played that in the gap. He's strong on the offside. You can't be bowling him there. Chase for the fielder. He cuts it. They take that one single. They don't want to take the other run. Shailesh, in his mind, might have just been hoping that they take the second run. No, but I think he's a champion bowler, Shailesh. He's a fighter. I'm sure he'll have plans for Ansar Khan. It's not going to be easy.
Finally, the fine leg comes in and the long off gets in place. Should have done this in the last over itself, but nevertheless, it's never too late. Two fielders on the boundary on the offside. There's a sweeper cover and there is a long off.
Yes, I think a good fielding change. Ansar Khan is not even thinking about that now. He goes for a big hit. Has he got him? Yes, he has. Sailesh Jaishankar has the last laugh because Ansar Khan is walking back. Good ball outside off. He wanted to go for a big hit again. Gets the inside edge. And fortune favors the brave. Sailesh Jaishankar, you are a brave cricketer.
Yes, a big heart shown by the youngster. He was taken to the cleaners in the last over, but comes back very strongly. He knew that Ansar is eyeing the onside boundary, and he bowled purposely outside the off stump. Got an inside edge, played on. Ansar doesn't seem happy.
So the new man in is Khalid Shah, another explosive batter. Very strong on the off, especially over point and the third man area. He likes that. With the ball coming in from Sailesh for the left-hander, it will be interesting.
Yes, there hasn't been much swing in this over though. Last over there was swing both from Ansar's bat as well as Shailesh's ball. Coming into ball, first ball, Khalid facing and leaves it comfortably back to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, very watchful Khalid Shah. But this has been a good decision from the captain Amar Badami to persist with Sailesh Jaishankar because we thought there would be spin coming in from both ends. And that faith has definitely been repaid by Sailesh Jaishankar. He's got revenge for himself and his side. And it's a big setback for AJMAN Heroes. Off the pads, clipped nicely by Khalid Shah. In the gap, they're looking for two. No, they'll settle for one.
Well, with explosive batsmen, there is always a hint of opportunity, lurking in the background somewhere because somebody who's looking at hitting every ball, like Shahid Afridi used to do at one time, there's always an opportunity that he may make a mistake and a wicket might happen. And if you are a bowler who fancies himself and has confidence, you will always think that I have a chance.
And that is exactly what Sailesh did. He believed in himself and his skills, and he's been rewarded for that. Good ball. A very good ball and a very good over indeed. A good comeback from Sailesh Jaishankar. End of the over. 4 overs gone. AJMAN Heroes 24 for 1.
Nilansh will continue. Coming into ball his third over. It will be interesting to see what he does with the left-handed batter facing him. Is he still going to get that drift in the air?
Nice, slow delivery. Good ball. A hesitant push by Khalid Shah. Was in two minds whether to go for the aggressive route, take that ball over mid-off or play it along the ground. Somewhere in the middle is what Khalid Shah played that shot, and he's got a single.
I think he made a better decision to not go big, because this was the first ball he was facing. You need to first get a sense of how the wicket is playing, get a sense of what the bowler is doing before you launch the onslaught. Sagar has been watchful, playing defensively, trying to build an innings.
Yes, Sagar definitely is the mainstay in the Ajman Heroes batting lineup. He is a compact batsman, knows when to be aggressive, when to just nudge the ball for singles and doubles, has got the right temperament for the longer format of the game. As you see, he's just taken that single and brought Khalid Shah on strike, who's, like I said, an explosive left-handed, stylish batter, likes the pace on the ball, has also played in the Abu Dhabi T10. So he too is one of the stars in the reckoning for UAE.
Nilansh coming in. Left arm around the wicket. Lets it go. Doesn't want to meddle with anything. I think he has enough time at hand to get himself settled. Asking rate is not too high. There's no need to hurry. The target is just 224 runs to be made.
That's another well left. Good leave by Khalid Shah. Knows where his off stump is, and he knows that the ball won't turn a lot, especially when it's new. He's looking focused, Khalid Shah. And so is Nilansh Keswani. This is his third over, given away just 6 runs. Has been bowling well, and especially a left-handed bowler bowling to a left-handed batter is a different challenge. But he has bowled well so far. That angle coming around the wicket. Goes for a big hit. That's gone high up in the air and will clear the fence. No, it doesn't. In fact, there is a fielder there who takes a catch. Khalid has been trapped. And what a setup by the smart thinking bowler, Nilansh Keswani. Gives the room, the flight, the air that the ball needed. And Khalid Shah went for that shot. A good catch. It was a high catch. Excellent field work there from Karan. So wicket number 2 down. Khalid Shah will be walking back.
Brilliant catch. This was in the air for a very, very long time. Karan was getting under it and judged it to perfection. And what a bowling by Nilansh. He's very particular about his fielders. He takes a lot of time to set his field. He wants them exactly at the same place. Good bowling by Nilansh. 26 for 2. Ajman Heroes now. Well, a rather unnecessary shot. Rush of blood. With an asking rate less than 5, there was no need to go for a big heave at this time. Paid the price for being a little hasty. Rahul Chopra, the right-hand batter, comes into bat. And Shailesh will continue his bowling spell.
Yes, Rahul Chopra now has the role of a middle order. Normally in T20 format, he plays a little lower down the order, but has a different role tonight for Ajman Heroes. Both these players, Sagar Kalyan and Rahul Chopra, come from Punjab in India. Have played a lot of domestic cricket there. Now they'll have to make sure that they build a partnership. Rahul is the new man. Sagar has been there for quite some time, but he's been more on that non-striking end and has seen two of his partners perish. Sailesh Jaishankar. Foolish delivery outside off. Good comeback.
Clever delivery, not foolish delivery.
Yes, I meant full in length.
Now good bowling by Shailesh here. He has, after he's taken that wicket, he's looking a different bowler. Mixing up, previous ball was an in-swinger and this one was an out-swinger. Let's see what is it going to be this time. Coming in to the right-hander this time again. Will not get a run. He still has a slip and a gully. But I reckon these fielders in slip and gully are way too back, because I don't think the ball is going to carry all the way.
It's not the quickest of bowlers, Sailesh, but definitely has the ability to move the ball. However, he hasn't swung the ball as much as he did in the first game. This time the ball just pitches around the middle and continues to go straight down towards the leg side. Clipped well by Rahul Chopra towards fine leg, and they'll get two. That is what one wicket does to you. You've got that big wicket, and Sailesh has definitely grown in confidence. Will be interesting now how these two batters plan their innings. They would not want to lag behind when it comes to the net run rate. Apologies, the run rate, because the current run rate is 4.9. Required run rate is 4.4. Takes the outside edge of the bat, and the ball will race away towards the third man fence for 4. Not the greatest of deliveries, not the best of shots, but cricket is a cruel game, especially for the bowlers. He just got, somehow he managed to get bat to ball, and he's got 4 runs.
Yes, and this ball had swung. It was swinging and leaving the right-hander. Somehow he managed to get an edge and get a boundary. Now the fielder will drop back to third man. Till now there was only one fielder outside the circle, which was the fine leg. I'm still not sure why he needs the fine leg though. If he's going to continue to bowl outside the off stump, and he can continue to bowl these outswingers.
I think it's for the one that just comes in to the right-hander. That's the one. So he's got the ability to move the ball both ways, tight single. No damage in the end for AJMAN Heroes. 6 overs have been bowled, and the score is 33 for 2.
Nilash to continue. Got a good success in the last over. Good bowling. He's been really confident and been on the money right from the word go. Looping the ball nicely, tossing it above the eye level of the batsman, trying to lure him into a shot and into making a mistake. Comes down the wicket, plays it towards the long off, gets a single.
Yes, it's going to be again one of the battles to look forward to watch out for. Nilanj Keswani versus Ajman Heroes. All the batters.
He's a good bowler. He has been bowling to his field. He knows what his strengths are. Looks like a pro with the new ball. This one is bowled flatter through the air. No run.
Yes, that's his key, right? That's his strength. Change of pace and also consistency. So he bowls the same length with two different pace. So once he'll bowl quick, and at the same time, next delivery at the same place, he'll get the ball a lot quicker. That is what is really deceptive about Nilanj Keswani and his bowling.
Very good spell so far. Has given away only 7 runs, and this is going to be the last ball of his 4th over. Has been very, very miser when it comes to giving away runs, and has been very generous when it comes to giving flight and air to the ball. Tucked down the leg side, a quick single there. Direct hit may have been interesting though. End of the over. 7 overs gone, 35 for 2, and a change in the voices in the comm box. Welcoming back Nishant and Asim.
Thank you, Vivek. Two wickets here, 2 casualties for Ajman Heroes. Sailesh has been spot on here. Picked up that big wicket of Ansar Khan. Well, Nishant, 2 big wickets here falling. And it is this duo. They've played a lot of cricket together. Rahul Chopra and Sagar Kalyan. They came into the UAE circuit together. This trio, along with Mayank Chaudhary, belong from Haryana. They've played a lot of cricket back there. And believes a lot in these longer format cricket. Textbook shots, quick singles, tap and run. That is the sort of strategy that they come with. Very ideal for the current scenario, current required run rate that they are looking at achieving here.
Yes, just 4.5. We've seen a very interesting start. Some big hits, wickets falling. And now these two will have to just settle down slightly. Because the required rate, as you mentioned, is just about 4.5 runs and over. Nothing out of the box, nothing out of the ordinary. It shouldn't be too troublesome.
Well, one thing that's out of the ordinary is the fact that they've lost the boom boom Ansar Khan. Was making that difference, 18 of the very first over. Playing it soft hands, just not making full use of the wrist. There is a fine leg in place. 7.5, 35 for 2. I think this partnership needs to build here. Playing it soft hands. Rahul Chopra rightly saying no there. And definitely it was his call, being the non-striker. And with the danger end saying no, I'm not going to risk it. Brings it over to the end. AJMAN Heroes 35 for 2 after 8.
Fresh over starts off with a dot ball. .35 for 2. Nicely bowled. Good loop there. And defended. Nilansh into his 5th over. It's been very economical. That's a good lead from Chopra. That had pitched outside the off stump. He watched it till the last minute and let it go as it turned past him.
A very interesting bowler. Reminds you of Imad Wasim, the way he drifts the ball into the right-handers in the air. This one a bit orthodox. Left arm spin. Usually with the new ball, prefers to bowl with that one finger. Does the magic with that. And has troubled a lot of quality batsmen. He likes taking up challenges here, Nishant.
Is that one finger delivery is very special. Very different from a normal regulation arm ball. An arm ball drifts into the right-hander, but that one finger delivery from Imad Wasim, it comes in after pitching, which makes it so very dangerous.
Tossed up in the air. And now we see a very different version of Nilansh Keswani now. He's bowled his 5, just conceded 9 runs and a wicket for him. Very different version. He has been that bowler who was trying to drift that ball in the air with that one finger delivery. But now he's mixing it up with the orthodox ones as well. Now what that does is it makes life difficult for the batters. 9 overs up, 36 for 2 AJMAN Heroes.
Into the last over of the power play now. Pretty much behind the Starlets at this point in time as we see the first change in the bowling. Yug coming into the attack. Good delivery.
Very good delivery. As a left arm pacer, that's the channel that you need to be targeting and need to be more closer to the stumps. Very simple looking action there. And sticking to that line, that can bring any batsman to trouble if trying to overdo.
Yeah, doesn't move around like a fast bowler, does he? Full delivery this time, that it's gone the other way with the arm. And also a rare species, fast bowler with spectacles on.
Rightly noticed there, Nishant. Usually don't see them. Are able to recollect one.
Walks down this time. Pushed away towards the fielder at cover point. Dot ball. I remember a right arm seamer who used to wear spectacles and bowl from Zimbabwe, John Rennie. He played that tri-series between India, South Africa and Zimbabwe in the 90s and shared the new ball with Edo Brandis. Nicely played and a good stop. They can't get the single on that occasion.
These are live wires. That's the incentive of being young, fresh blood on the ground. They will dive, they will be on the ground all over, trying to stop those singles being taken. It's important that these two stay for a long time there for Ajman Heroes. Sticking around there, spending time. They know for the fact that they can turn it around at any given time. But what a good start here for young Sharma. Starts with a maiden. No surprises. Nilansh Keswani has been stopped and it is time for Harshit Seth to bowl his orthodox left arm spin. Three left arm spinners in this lineup here in the form of Harshit Seth, Nilansh Keswani and Ronak Panoli.
And he starts with the one that comes back in. Single taken.
But slightly erring in the line there. Just offering that extra width. All he had to do is just dab towards the short third. This man's presence is super important. Plays it back to the bowler, dot ball. Very watchful cricketer there, Rahul Chopra. He's made a lot of games, but there's one place where he lacks is about finishing the games. Gets it very close to the finishing line. Meanwhile, nicely pushed towards the sweeper cover. Single there, that'll bring Sagar Kalyan on strike. So just I was about to say, ability to get the team closer to the finishing line. Just not able to get through that finishing line for the teams.
Especially when you are batting in the middle order, you're expected to finish games. You can't expect that from openers, yes, or top order batsmen.
Well, they lay the foundation, but you need to do the finishing touches. Meanwhile, another short delivery wide outside the off stump. Single being taken towards the same direction. So there's been a sudden stop to the boundaries There you can see here.
Again the in-dipper. And a dot ball to finish. 11 bowled. It's 39 for the loss of 2 wickets.
You continuing. "39 for 2", and suddenly there has been breaks that has been applied to the run scoring. Getting those singles, but boundaries are important as well.
Oh, there's the inside edge. With that little movement that Hugh gets into the right-hander. First runs of his bowling. Yes, and these are not even the foot brakes. This is the hand brakes that has been applied here. A sudden dip in the scoring rate. 3 sixes came in that second over of the innings. The 19 for no loss in 2 overs. And that will be a wide. It's cutting the tram line there. On its way to the wicket keeper. Had to pitch a little closer to the stumps.
An extra here added to the tally. This will help. They won't mind that. Another wide call there. A close one, but umpire felt that was angling way too outside the off stump, beyond the reach of the batter.
Even Hugh's movement back to the follow through. In fact, the bowling mark. Very soft. Comes across as a soft character.
Well, a simple looking action there. Nothing too extra being done there by Hugh.
Watchfully again played straight to the fielder at mid-off. Plenty of dot balls coming around here.
Well, seems like they're just trying to settle in and ensure that they're disturbing the opposition's confidence of picking up another wicket here. Just trying to spend some time. I think it's a right strategy here coming in, knowing that that's their strength.
Oh, that's a poor delivery.
Poor delivery, but an excellent collect there from the wicketkeeper, Shrey. Down the leg, not always easy as a wicketkeeper. It's always a tough ask to dive and collect. And a good job done there.
Shuffling across this time, dangerous thing to do. That will trickle away towards the fine leg fence for 4. Got bat on that one. Dangerous movement though.
Well, yes, especially when the ball is drifting into the right-hander. It's a risky one. But Rahul Chopra would back that 9.5 times out of 10. That confident on his legs. And the moment he gets into the groove, you should actually notice the way he sweeps the ball.
Rock solid. That will end the 12th over. Run rate drops below 4. It's 47 for 2. That's it in the air. It's over mid-on. And that will run away to the fence for 4. 50 up for AJMAN, and just trying to break the shackles a little bit here.
Well, immediately understanding that ball is to be punished, reading the length of the ball, going out to the back foot, and one of its kind, first aerial shot being attempted there by Sagar Kalyan. He moves on to 11 of 24. Playing it soft hand straight to the captain. Well, Nishant, you've been a part of the comm box. The journey has been quite long for you. Well, tell us, how different do you feel the cricket and the entire approach here in the longer format here in UAE domestic versus back in India?
Will they get the single? No, they won't. Well, even in India, we do a lot of T20 leagues itself, so there's no real 50-over cricket that happens a lot. And the UAE also have been told that 50-over cricket is not something everybody is comfortable with. So that's the one thing that is immediately noticeable, that a lot of these cricketers are trying to find their feet in the longer format of the game, just trying to get a feel of things. And somewhere in between, the T20 bug bites, and that's why we've seen wickets falling in a heap and teams really struggling to get a complete act together and collapsing.
Well, collapses has been a continuous story here in the Bukhatir 47th Bukhatir edition. Meanwhile, continue the chat. 13 overs gone, 53 for 2.
Yug will continue. Bowling is the third over here. Started off with a maiden. 3 of the 4 bowlers used so far have bowled a maiden each. I think right now both these batters, the approach is fine. It's not a problem. The problem is if they start feeling that their approach is wrong, then they will try to do silly things and get out.
Quick run. He knew that he wanted a single the moment he hit the ball. Calculated. And I'd say excellent coordination between the two. He said yes. He said, yes, sir, I'll come back.
Yes, they have to keep doing these things. Can't really take undue pressure. Reaching out for that one and drives it very nicely. But straight to the sweeper on the offside, just a single. So as long as the run rate is around where it is right now, 4.6 runs per over needed from here on, I think they're fine. Just have to ensure that it doesn't rise up to 5.5.
That will be a point of worry, 5.5 in excess of that. But still, even if they reach that required run rate, an over or two can actually compensate thing and bring that down. It's just about not losing wickets at regular intervals. This partnership that we've seen that has built, but that hasn't been very consistent for every wicket. 56 for 2 at the moment. Probably this pair should bat until at least 25th over.
Yeah, and try to take the score to about 105, 110. That came back in. Nicely played by Sagar there, and a good stop by the Leap Sports orange cap holder, Punya.
Well, he has been the key highlight of the 47th Bukhatir League. Very consistent and a different Punya Mehra that we saw a year back in the domestic season. Playing it soft hands, another dot ball to finish. 14 gone, 56 for 2 Ajman Heroes. That brings a change in the voices in the comm box. It will be Vivek and Shoaib taking you through.
Rishabh coming in to bowl. As there is a change in the comm box, there is a change in the bowling in the bowler as well. Chopra going steady at 17 of 31 balls. Sagar is on 13 of 32. 56 for 2 is the score. As Rishabh bowls his first ball outside the off stump, gave her a good air as well as a good tweak. Spun in a long way. Chopra plays it easily with the spin towards the deep square leg and gets a single. Welcome, Shoaib.
Thank you, Vivek. This is a solid partnership between these two batters, experienced campaigners, good runners between the wicket. So it's not going to be easy for DCC to just roll through. They will need wickets, and they'll need wickets now.
Yes, sometimes you have to do something different to get wickets, because if you continue to do the same things, the result will not be different. So a little out of the box thinking, some innovation, maybe a bowling change, or maybe a field placement which is unexpected. Try to play with the mind of the batsman.
Yes. Key is the pressure. Stop those singles. Get one more, two more players inside the circle. Because if these two batters bat the 50 overs, they'll chase that total down anyway. You have to get a few more fielders in and to not allow those singles to come by easily. That's when the pressure will build, and that's when either of these two batters might take a chance. Because as of now, they are very happy to just rotate strike.
Yes, and don't look in any sort of bother. And this is a shot which is in the air. Two fielders merging in to take, but none of them is able to reach the ball. It falls on the ground safely.
Well, lucky escape. 15 overs gone. AJMAN Heroes 60 for 2.
Seth will bring in his third over now. Sagar on strike. Semblance of a chance. Last ball of the previous over. The ball was in the air for a very long time, but did not fall in anyone's hands. Starts off with a short ball outside the off stump, has been cut away into the covers. One more run to the total.
Yes, I think this is good bowling from Harshit Seth. He's coming from the SCA end. And what he's trying to do is make both these batters play towards the bigger part of the boundary, which is on the offside. He's got a fielder in place, a sweeper cover, who's well inside the boundary ropes. He's played that nicely in the gap. They're looking for two and will get them comfortably.
They don't seem to be in any sort of trouble or bother, both these batsmen. Unless they make a mistake, like the one, like trying to play a shot which is not needed and edge it and give a catch. Unless they do a mistake like that, I think they can continue to push for singles and doubles and easily get to that score of 224. This should have been stopped. Slightly sloppy. That extra cover gives away a single.
Yes, you can't be giving easy singles, and that's the captain we are talking about, Amar Badami at short covers. He'll have to lead by example. That's much better.
Yeah. What we call the long barrier fielding. Something which we used to see in the olden days. The safest way to stop a ball.
Cut straight to Rishabh. They'll still get that single. You spoke about olden days. You're not too old, Vivek. 16 overs gone, 64 for 2.
5 bowlers have been used so far. Nilesh and Sailesh are the ones who've taken a wicket. Yug, H, Seth and Rishabh have been economical too. Most of them, all of them actually have been quite economical with the ball. Oh, that was a hit back to the bowler. He jumped to take a cotton bolt, but the ball was slightly higher than his stretched fingers.
Yes, again, a risky shot now and then is what we can see. So definitely both these batters are also itching for a boundary. Good ball outside off, just the right amount of flight, getting some turn off the wicket. Bat and pad, a square short leg in place, and that would have been troublesome for Chopra.
He's asking questions. Rishabh is asking questions. He's exactly what we were talking about, that you need to do something different. You need to produce something out of the thin air if you need wickets. And that's exactly what Rishabh seems to be doing.
Short delivery from Rishabh. And Chopra on the back foot plays it along the ground. This is an important phase, an important passage of play in the game, especially for Dubai Starlets. Fuller and another run taken. They need to take wickets. And as of now, it seems as if they are clueless. They don't have a plan. They're not bowling to a plan. And I think that's where the captain has to come and discuss with the bowler.
Yes, I think more like going through the motions and waiting for something to happen. To win a game, you cannot wait for something to happen. You have to make something happen. End of the over. 17 overs gone. Ajman Heroes are 68 for 2. Off the back foot. Wants a double and will get it.
Yes, again, that's the bigger part of the boundary. Harshit said bowling. And when he plays that shot in that area, there are always 2 runs on the offer, because it's a big boundary. By the time the fielder reaches the ball, they get those 2 runs. Oh, that could have been a chance. Again on the back foot, played straight down the ground. Harshit just a second late on reacting on that shot. Punya Mehra, what a great player he's proven to be for DCC, Dubai Starlets. Leap Sports orange cap holder on your screens. And he would want to hold on to that orange cap throughout the tournament.
Yes, 2 brilliant innings last game as well as this one. But they need wickets. They need to stop going through the motions and produce something to turn this game around. Both Sagar and Chopra are not taking any risks, barring the shot that we saw on Rishabh's ball last to last over. Apart from that, I've not seen them going out of their way to produce something, which is actually a smart thing to do. This has been cut very well. There will be a fielder who will cut it off, but not before both the batsmen come back for 2 runs.
Yes, this has been risk-free cricket for most part of this partnership. Partnership worth 47 runs. Getting the long on fielder inside the circle. He's got a wideish long off, and a straightish mid-off. Unorthodox field setting for Harshit. He's enticing Rahul Chopra to play over long off. And he bowls one down the leg. Good fielding effort by Shaurya. A dot ball to end the over. 18 overs have been bowled and Ajman Heroes are 73 for 2. Right, so after a drinks break, we are back into live action. As Rishabh Mukherjee continues from the Bukhatir end. Well, I'm sure they must have regrouped as a team and decided and discussed some plans, because Ajman Heroes are right now playing like heroes.
That's right. There must have been discussions over the drinks on how to take some wickets. I think DCC has to play a little more attacking cricket. Get the batters to drive, get them on the front foot. Because they are very comfortable sitting behind, waiting for the ball and then either cutting it or pulling it to get singles and doubles. The only way to get wickets for these spinners is to get the batsmen to come on the front foot and drive, entice them into driving the ball. Yeah, something like that. If they go back onto the back foot and keep playing it with the spin, nothing much will happen.
shorter delivery, good ball. Just checked at the last moment, I feel. Got that feeling that Chopra might just step down the track. Just 9 runs in his 2.4 overs. Rishabh Mukherjee. Well, there is a very spin-heavy, spin-reliant bowling attack, Dubai Starlets. And it's up to these youngsters, the spinners, to create some magic now.
Yes, a very young team trying to make a match of it. End of the over, 19 overs gone, 75 for 2. Ajman Heroes.
Ronak Panoli has been brought into the attack, so that is the plan that they've come up with during the drinks break. A fresh bowler, bringing a fresh perspective, and we saw what a keeper change did against DCC for Ajman Heroes. They got a wicket as soon as the keeper was changed. This time he's played that up in the air. Is there a fielder? No. That's hit in the vacant area. And Sagar Kalyan pouncing on that short delivery, lose one, all the time in the world to rock back and play it over towards the cow corner for 6.
This is exactly what we have been saying. We cannot allow, if DCC has to make a match of it, they cannot allow the batsmen to be resting on the back foot, waiting for the ball, and then at their own leisure, playing it over mid-wicket or playing it towards the extra cover and cover region. You'll have to draw them onto the front foot.
That's much better. That is what Vivek is talking about. Get that ball closer to the batter and then let it turn away from the bat. But if you bowl short and if you give the batter time, oh, some innovation. Playing that reverse sweep, Sagar Kalyan, and immediately you see Chopra not in agreement because they know they've got a set partnership. A wicket here will definitely bring DCC, Dubai Starlets, in the game.
Yes, there is no need to manufacture shots. If the ball is there to be hit, he can hit it. But no need to manufacture a shot and try to push it too much. Asking rate is less than 5. He already got 6 runs in this over. So there was definitely no need for that shot.
Yes, also the field setting. Again, a slower delivery, half tracker. This time, hasn't got it from the middle of the bat. He'll get a single, and 20 overs have been bowled. Ajman Heroes are 83 for 2. Rocked on the back foot. Ronak Panoli, 8 runs in that over, and now it's Rishabh. And I think this is a good bowling combination as well. A left arm finger spinner and a right arm off spinner. Beautiful shot. That is his strong zone. Sagar Kalyan, you beauty. Excellently done. Scintillating shot. Outside off. Everything right. Look at that balance, that full flow. Inside out. One of the most difficult shots to play in cricket. And Sagar Kalyan, he's the king of that shot.
A treat to watch. Inside out, over the infield. He knows there is no fielder in near the ropes on the offside, making full use. And then the bowler adjusting his length now because he got hit. So bringing it back.
Good comeback. Closer to the stumps, fuller in the length as well. But you can't be bowling one ball which is outside off, because a loose delivery is allowing them to get those runs, and the pressure that you build in the previous over, it all just releases with that shot. Another cracking shot towards the offside. Will only be a single.
They've been getting a boundary almost every over, last 2-3 overs. And that's why there doesn't seem to be any pressure. To get that pressure, the runs, as Shoaib has been saying, the runs have to be stopped. You cannot be leaking runs and then trying to put pressure. This one is bowled short. And Sagar waits and waits and then pulls it towards the deep square leg area and gets a single. End of the over, 90 runs now for the loss of 2 wickets.
So Ronak Panoli continues. And again he starts off with a short ball, allowing Sagar Kalyan to play that in the gap, and he's got 4 runs on the very first delivery. To discuss this and a lot more, there's going to be change in the comm box. After this replay, you will be hearing the voices of Nishant and Asim.
Thank you, Shoaib. Yes, boundaries have started coming slightly, which is definitely a good thing. For Ajman Heroes, short ball again, pulled again, and it's a very good attempt going in vain. That's the second boundary of the over. That was very nicely struck. Excellent effort there, but unfortunately couldn't stop it.
Well, a good looking shot there, going on to the back foot and playing it towards the cow's corner. Once again off the back foot, this time on the offside. Just a single. And they're just one short of the 3-figure mark. One short of 100. 99 for 2. This was the partnership that was needed there, Nishant. Rahul Chopra, he's played 50 deliveries for his 28, but a steady knock. Sweeping that towards the backward square. Looking for 2, and he comes back. Excellent running between the wickets.
Yes, and that becomes such a good over for the batting side. Also brings up the 100 for the team. Chopra 30 of 51. Right up there. blocked out. That will be the end of the over. 22 bowled, 101 for 2. So Nilansh is back in the attack now. 1 for 9 in his 5 overs has been an outstanding spell from him. Can he replicate the success that he got in the first spell in this one too? They will desperately need a wicket here. Too short there, cut away. Not straight to the fielder, lucky to get away with it.
Well, even if it had left that go, I think would have been called wide. Wayward delivery. He's trying to fetch that outside the off stump. Sagar Kalyan batting on 45 of 60.
This time he gets it into the gap. But there is protection in the deep, so will just be a single.
Well, what's interesting here between these two is that they have understood their gameplay and comprehended each other pretty nicely. 102 for 2. If they keep going, it's going to be an easy run chase here.
And that is a big appeal. And the finger goes up. The umpire took a jolly good time.
Well, if you closely observe, Rahul Chopra was about to walk, realized umpire has not given it, then said, well, let me try my luck, and then that was enough for the umpire to raise his finger. And man, you've edged it, and you realized it. I didn't pick it up, but your body language said so. 30, he's out, back to the pavilion of 53 deliveries. His resilient knock coming to an end. 102 for 3, and Nilansh gives that breakthrough. Well, if you notice something, Nishant, that unique celebration of Nilansh Keswani after the wicket, that stylish celebration, he's known for it.
Yeah, I was about to ask you the same. Throw some more light on the celebration of Nilansh.
Well, he really likes to enjoy every wicket that he picks, regardless what position the batsman has come in, who the name is, it does not matter. He likes to have challenges coming to him. Biggest of the players, he's bowled them, he's got them wicket, they have hit him for sixes, but he likes to accept challenges, and then, you know, picking up wicket gives him that extra satisfaction to which he's enjoying with that celebration.
Because we're outside, we're not in the com box when he picked up that first wicket of his. And celebrating that wicket, he really ran around like almost like Imran Tahir, and had his teammates chase him.
His jolly character. Beautiful delivery. Just getting that drift again in the air. What's interesting to see is that he knows what his plans are, and his field setup is something that is on the mark.
Beautifully bowled, just past the slip fielder there. Nilansh knows that was close. They won't get the second run. They'll bring Sagar on strike. Arif wanted the second there, but was sent back by Sagar. Another fine over from Nilansh. Just the 2 runs and a wicket. That's in the air. And trickles away towards the fielder, sweeping on the offside. 23 overs have been bowled. It's 103 for 3. Cut away. Just a single though. So once again, spin doing the trick today. And suddenly the game evens out so much when dew doesn't come into play.
And moreover, to add to that, there are 2 new balls that have been used from both the ends. So that also adds to that prolonged dryness on the seam.
Cricket is a tricky game because even that has its flip side. The ball never gets old enough for the spinners to get any grip. But these days, spinners have really evolved. You can see spinners getting turn even with the new ball.
Well, they do. It's just about bowling at the right pace to take some purchase out of it, loop it up in the air, and then even the newest of the balls will spin a bit.
Wanted a single sent back, and rightly so there.
You don't happen to get those enough revs onto the ball. That control does not come through. Beautiful delivery. An ideal left arm spinner's ball. I think in a test, had this been a test match, that would have been a straightforward catch to the second slip.
Absolutely. And I think the batsman there was a little too early into the shot. Had he been slightly later, it would have been probably a leading edge back to the bowler.
Well, rightly observed there. Meanwhile, Sagar Kalyan continuing. Now, understands the fact that he has a new partner. He'll have to put in a partnership, build that rapport between each other. Moves on to 49 of 64. AJMAN Heroes 107 for 3 after 24.
was a beautiful delivery from Nilansh. Hardly any change in the action. Well, the limelight though will be hogged by Sagar because he brings up his 50.
Excellent knock there. Lost early wickets and then from there on build that partnership with Rahul. What a fine knock. He has to make this big and see his team through. This 50 will add more value when the team is on the winning side.
That's what you want at the end of the day. Now for Nilansh, we see that second slip coming in. And it's the Leap Sports orange cap holder, Punya at second slip. Exactly for that reason, because Arif is actually reaching out to deliveries outside the off-stump.
Well, he's not a sharp turner of the ball, the orthodox spin of a left arm spinner. But still, always good to keep the batsman guessing with those strategies. Not necessarily he'll be utilized, but the fact that you'll always play with the mind of the batter.
Nicely covering the bounce on that delivery and cutting it away. Happens when you are 50 runs old. You happen to have a lot of things under your control.
Definitely. Especially, you know, controlling those shots where you want to play. And getting it to the desired place, something that adds to your confidence meter.
Shot cut away nicely, and it will be picked up by the fielder in the deep. For a moment I thought that he will have a tougher time trying to make that save, but not to be.
Well, things looking pretty even here for AJMAN Heroes, the way they are scaling up. Nelson for 3. And almost at the halfway mark, they require exactly the half they have scored.
They don't get the single in the end. 25 bowled, it's 111 for the loss of 3 wickets. Beautiful delivery from Ronak there. Just past the outside edge. They'll have to take their chances against Arif. The Starlets here. Try and be a little more aggressive against him.
Well, he's definitely going to give you a hard time. Just keep on making sure that you keep on taking these singles and keep the scoreboard ticking. That fear of Nelson is away. 112 for 3. Exactly half required of the target. The halfway through, at the halfway mark. Things are pretty much in control here for AJMAN Heroes. Another short delivery, cut away towards the sweeper cover. Dealing in singles at the moment. And that's a no ball to add to that. It's going to be a free hit on offer.
Spinners bowling no balls, never a big fan of that. And Sagar there looking to hit it out of the park, missing it completely. Arif, beg your pardon.
just not in a position to hit that big shot. And immediately they have set in an attacking field here. Can you slip in place? And I think a very right ploy here, I'd say. Just invite the batsman to go after the bowling, play against the spin, mid on in place. Good delivery outside the off stump.
There's another cut shot attempted there. Looks like the umpire is not very happy with where... oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. I think he's just cutting the side line while bowling.
Again, a big heave, getting a thick outside edge between the slip and the keeper. Will fetch him 2 runs. So these are gifts which have been offered. They're not able to get those timely boundaries, but why are you giving them the opportunity to free their arms? That sets the batsman in that right rhythm that he's looking for.
Yes, imagine an outside edge going for 4. Always gives the batsman confidence. Because A, you get a boundary. B, you start believing you're lucky.
Good looking shot, played uppish, and there will be sweeper cover in action. Salish down to a single. 26 gone. Ajman Heroes are 118 for 3.
I think good thinking this by Amar, skipper of DCC Starlets, to continue with Nilansh. Because I think somewhere down the line he believes that if they can pick up another wicket or 2 here, maybe try and get Sagar out, then the game might just open up a lot more, and the fact that Nilansh might have bowled out will probably not matter much.
Well, I think there are different ways of looking at it. If they play him out, then they'll be in a sort of bother as well.
Absolutely, that's the risk Amar is willing to take, it seems.
Well, I think that's positivity. You go after the wickets at this stage rather than taking the game deep, because the required run rate is not that great to put them under pressure for the runs. But now wickets will definitely push that required run rate to by a point up.
And another factor could also be that we know that teams have not been very good at playing somebody out. Although RF and Sagar are doing a pretty good job at it.
RF moves on to double figures after that couple. And Sagar 52 of 68. Played it soft hands. RF wanted that single. For a second he would have thought that maybe. But for sure, 100% that would have been suicidal.
Beautiful ball. Very well bowled there. Came back in and Arif did well to keep it out. Again, a very similar delivery, slightly outside the off-stump this time. But that will be the end of the over. 8 done for Nilansh. Ajman 120 for 3 after 27. That's interesting. How interesting it is. Malasim will certify that. Amar Badami has come out to bowl some leg spin.
Well, I was keen on having someone to bowl those wrist spin, and we've seen that how effective leg spinners have been, especially in longer format cricket. They go for runs, but they are likely to have more success compared to the other bowlers.
That's why they go for runs, especially when you are not a regular leg spinner. You tend to drop it short or bowl a full toss. Nicely struck there.
Well, you have to be very particular about your length being a leg spinner. You err in your length, you get away for runs. Glad that that was just a boundary. Had that been a set batsman, he would have tonked it over the roof.
Yes, and leg spin is also my favorite art in the game of cricket. Too far outside the off-stump, and was there an edge? No. Lot of turn though. Wide signaled by the umpire.
Looks a bit under pressure, the captain himself. Swept in the gap towards square leg. There is a chase being put in. Excellent effort. That was Karan Dhiman. What an effort. Umpire would definitely want to check that. Full toss delivery, batsman slipping, everything happening. But what happened at the end was the effort.
Excellent, excellent effort there. And a big swing and a miss. Arif was looking to hit it over cover. Getting beaten all ends up.
Batting on 16 of 25, the captain to captain. A lot better delivery. That's the kind of trajectory that you need to be bowling at.
He's looking to just run it down there, Arif. Very lucky didn't get an outside edge. So easy to get those faint tickles. That's the ball of the over for me. Middle and leg, perfect length, turning away, and squaring him up.
8 of that over, but a good end to it. 28 overs up, 128 for 3. With that, there will be change in the voice in the comm box. It's going to be Shoaib and Vivek.
Thank you, Asim and Nishant. The game just slowing down a little. Yes, they've got a wicket. That's a good shot. On the back foot, over extra cover. Will only get a single, but that's where Sagar Kalyan is really strong. Harshit Seth. This is his 5th over. He's given away 20 runs. Economical, but he hasn't been able to take wickets. That has been a problem for DCC Starlets because they rely heavily on Nilanj Keswani and Harshit to strike. But that hasn't been the case so far.
And wickets is what they need if they have to have any chance of winning this game. This has been played fine towards the third man, gets a comfortable couple. Scoreboard continues to tick. 131 for 3, 28.4 overs gone. Arif looking to be aggressive.
Still a lot of runs left, 93 runs from 21 overs. Down the leg, just a stifled appeal from Harshit Seth. So they've still got some runs to defend, but they need wickets and they need them now.
They need to put pressure, play aggressive cricket, have a positive intent and believe in themselves that they can turn this around. A flatter delivery. Played off the back foot going towards point, no run. End of the over. 29 overs gone, 131 for 3, AJMAN Heroes. Cruising along well. AJMAN Heroes. The required run rate and the current run rate is almost the same, hovering around 4.5 runs per over. Both the required as well as the current run rate. Ammar will continue looking for a wicket.
That's gone high up in the air. Is there a chance? No chance at all for Punya Mehra. Good looking shot. Sagar had to play that, leaning forward, getting into underneath the ball and playing it comfortably in the end. Kept Punya Mehra interested for the longest of time, but just clearing him. So 6 runs on the very first ball of this over.
That's been the story in the last few overs. A boundary in every over has been coming, and that's why the asking run rate has not gone beyond 5 per over. 2 more runs added to the total. Sagar moves on now to 64.
Yeah, 62 for Sagar and 5 sixes in the innings already. Another poor delivery. This is absolutely poor from Ammar. He's definitely under pressure now. 12 runs in the first 3 overs. The game slipping away from Dubai Starlets. Not a ball to be bowled to somebody like Sagar Kalyan, who's so strong on the offside. He'll punish you every time.
Gave away too much room, and a big gap is there between the person at the sweeper cover and the other person at long off.
That's a much better delivery. I'm sure he must be thinking that this is the ball that he should have bowled right from ball number 1 in this over. Another sweep shot, this time front of square. There is a fielder who does extremely well to cut that off. Karan is the fielder, and what a brilliant effort that is.
He's been brilliant in the field. He took that catch in the beginning as well. Patrolling that boundary there, has been running around, diving around, may have hurt himself in the knee with that dive. A young team, DCC Starlets, a bunch of youngsters, always a delight to watch the way they field, the kind of commitment they have shown in stopping the boundaries.
Yes, I think that was an electrifying effort. Will definitely lift the spirits. They need some magic out there in the middle to buy Starlets. And there is a change in the field as well. In the fielder, Karan Dhiman is out, and there is a substitute fielder coming in place of him. So has been an expensive over. 6 on the very first ball, a couple, a 4, and now another 2. In fact, just a single. So an expensive over from Amar, and 1 ball yet to come. Another sweep, this time from the skipper, Arif. Will find the fielder. They'll get that 1 run to end the over on a high. 30 overs gone, 145 for 3.
Wickets is what they need if they want to make a match out of it. Otherwise, AJMAN Heroes are running away with this game.
Yes, again a strong partnership between Arif and Sagar. Partnership worth 43 runs.
Punya comes into attack, maybe. The captain thinking maybe this could be the X factor. Since he's been scoring runs and in good form with the bat, who knows, he may also be the man with the golden arm.
Slow delivery has been smoked towards the square leg. That's the longer part of the boundary. Yes, Punya Mehra. I'm not sure about the X factor, but definitely has the P factor, the Punya factor. Can he get a wicket for his side? Oh, that looks close.
That looks close, no, but nobody appealed.
I think it was pitching down outside leg around the wicket. Always the chances are very slim. Hence, no appeal. And maybe there's some bat involved as well because the umpire has not signaled a leg by. So some bat definitely in contact with the ball as it reached the fine leg fence. Sailesh Jaishankar doing well to cut it off. Outside off, and again an easy single.
Easy pickings here. Sagar moves on to 70. Looks a little tired now. Has been there for 30 overs. He came in to open the innings and has been there ever since. And before that, he's done fielding for 50 overs as well.
In the air, over point. only take a single. So Sagar bowling that different angle, coming around the wicket and bowling outside off. Last ball of the over. Slower again, just standing and on the back foot and punching it. No problems at all. Sagar can play that all night long. 31 overs gone. Ajman Heroes are 151 for 3.
Nilansh has been brought into the attack, and rightfully so. Wickets are needed. He only has 2 more overs to go. Desperately looking for a wicket. DCC Starlets.
Well, the shoulders are down, the body language not looking great for Dubai Starlets. 50-over game can be tiring for the batters and for the bowlers as well.
Yeah, you cannot let the match happen to you. You've got to make the match happen. I think what these youngsters are doing is letting the match happen to them and just going through the motions.
Well, that's a good shot. Arif plays that over point. Won't go all the way again. That's again the bigger part of the boundary. They'll get 2 runs. High risk shot for 2 runs, I would say, from Arif.
Especially when the required run rate is 3.75. I think he's just entertaining himself a little bit.
And us in the com box.
Yes, we definitely need some entertainment. Wide ball.
So even Nilansh, the talent that he is, the bowler that he is, he too is feeling the drop in intensity from the side. Slower in the air, unlike Nilansh Keswani. And nicely driven towards long off. So they're just chipping away the runs at the moment. It looks like it's going to be an easy run chase for Ajman Heroes, unless they do something very drastic.
Swept this time. Shaurya chasing it and stopping the batsman to go back for 2 runs, but can't stop a single. They are scoring at will. Runs are coming at will, and if they continue to do this without taking any risks, this match is very much done for in the favor of Ajman Heroes. Good flight there, played defensively by Arif.
Now Arif also knows that Nilansh is almost at the end of his spell. Just 1 more over after this. So he too realizes that not giving a wicket is a success, is a moral victory for Ajman Heroes. He's got that well, nicely done, backward and in the gap. He'll take 2 more. So runs coming in nice and easy for Ajman Heroes. 32 overs gone, 159 for 3.
Punyak to come and bowl his second over now, coming around the wicket. Has been played towards the long on. Easy pickings here, just a single. But very, very simple and easy for AJMAN Heroes.
So Punyamera gets another over. Has to bowl a lot quicker, Punyamera. I think he's bowling too slow for this wicket. That's a lot better.
Orange cap. Smelling of oranges. Needs a wicket. He's been good with the bat. Wonderful 2 innings, scored 100 and then scored 60 odd runs in this game.
Yes, I think he's got the orange cap. His eyes are now on the purple cap. Might just want to take a few wickets and get in that race as well. But I think it's a great initiative from Leap Sports to recognize and appreciate the top performers in a premier tournament like this.
Well, orange shoes are the ones that's dominating at this time. Sagar wearing a pair of orange shoes, batting at 75 of 83 balls.
Yes, we've seen him bat exceptionally well in the 50-over format, even in the other tournament that we saw him play last year. He was amongst the runs. So this format is what he favors and he cherishes and enjoys playing. Another reverse sweep. This time he's gotten hold of it. One bounce very close to that rope. Powerful shot from Arif. 4 runs.
He's playing at will and scoring at will. End of the over, 168 runs now for 3 wickets. Still in the hunt for a wicket. Last over coming up from Nilansh. Will there be a wicket in this over? A couple of quick wickets can still set the cat amongst the pigeons. The question is, will that happen?
Definitely not if they keep bowling outside off. And a wild throw. Nilansh case one. He's not happy because they get another run. Sagar Kalyan moves on. And he's well set to get to the triple figure mark. Could be the 3rd centurion in this 47th Bukhatir League. 56 more runs needed. A lot of time on hand for Sagar Kalyan to get there.
Rocks back on the back foot. Ambles across for a single. Whereas Arif is looking to be a little adventurous and playing the reverse sweeps and trying to entertain all of us. Sagar is, I think, the sheet anchor who's playing a steady hand and wants to make sure that he sees his team through.
Yes, that's right. Sagar, like I said, he's mentally very tough, great temperament, great attitude towards the game. doesn't get hassled by the situation, knows his strengths and weaknesses. So yes, he definitely is the man who would want to see the team home. Getting the inside edge of the bat. Clearly tired, Sagar, not bending enough. Most of his shots that he's played, he's not bending and getting close to the ball.
That's a good ball, getting a bit of a turn. Still not asking enough questions.
What they've done well is they've had control of the game throughout this partnership of 70 runs. So they have definitely done well in this run chase so far. 34 overs gone, 172 for 3. This is the innings of Sagar Kalyan. In fact, it was Ansar Khan who was hitting those shots. But Sagar Kalyan played really well. And took some time out there in the middle. But this shot was definitely one of the best of the night from Sagar Kalyan. How soon and how easily he gets onto the back foot. He's very strong on the front foot as well. So complete package, Sagar Kalyan. And definitely a value add for AJMAN Heroes.
Has played very well today, and this is another reverse hit there, going to the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, now Arif seems to be in a hurry to finish things off, and he's well set as well. He's got the time that he needed out there in the middle. He knows what the pitch is doing and how the ball is turning off the deck. So keeping all that in mind, the momentum that he's got, he's now playing his shots with a lot of ease.
Another one. This time goes big on to the onside over the mid-wicket, and it's a maximum.
Excellent shot again. Fuller from Rishabh in the slot, asking to be hit. And what Arif does is just returns the favor, says, thank you very much. 43 of 45. He started off slow, but he's definitely picked up some steam on his way. And looks like he might just get to that 50-run landmark in this over itself.
Well, let's see if this is going to happen. There are 4 more balls to go. Sweeps this time. Ball again racing to the boundary, square leg boundary for 4 runs.
Like I said, he wants to finish things off now. He said enough is enough. I'm going to play my shots. Sweeps that and sweeps that from the meat of the bat. The ball races away towards the boundary ropes in no time. 11 fours already, 6 sixes. Arif moves on to 47. And just 3 runs, that's just 1 shot away from a well-deserved 50.
I think his mother has cooked his favorite dish for dinner. So he wants to finish this early and go home and eat.
I'm sure he must have gotten a message now that he needs to get a move on. Especially, Vivek, because of the net run rate. That definitely is going to play a big factor for teams to qualify. Another loose delivery from Rishabh. And this time he decides to play it over extra cover. He had all the time to decide where he wants to hit that. He takes his time, hits it over extra cover, and gets to his 50. A well-played captain's innings from Arif. And he's done well. He's led by example. And he's shown some really strong grit and determination out there in the middle tonight.
Yes, he had all the time in the world to hit that shot. Cuts this time between the 2 fielders. Will get just a single. Tired legs.
Yes, and they don't need to run if they're playing so well. As predicted, he got to that 50-run mark in this over. Now, Sagar Kalyan, he'll play the sheet anchor role at least till he gets to that 100-run mark. That's the ideal way to go about it.
Yeah, but the way Arif is hitting, I think he will make all the runs and Sagar will not reach his 100.
That too is a possibility. That is extremely possible. 35 overs have been bowled. 191 for 3. Change in the com box. I will be joined by Asim Sheikh as Vivek takes a short break. 35 overs gone, 191 for 3. As we come back out of a drinks break, there's a change in the bowling. Yug Sharma has been brought into the attack. Left arm quickie. 3 overs 11 is what he's conceded. And make that 12 because an overthrow has allowed the two batters to take that 1 run.
Punya Mehra apparently did not like that sort of an economy. He said you should add 1 more to your tally. Let me give 1. Sagar, how beautifully he has batted, how beautifully he has planned this run chase. 79 of 90, healthy strike rate. And Arif, the captain's knock there.
Stepping down as we speak so highly about Kalyan Sagar. He says, wait a minute. You spoke about strike rate. I'm going to get that to 100. And immediately after the drinks break, he tries to do something out of the box.
Well, the energy is definitely evident in the foot movement. Good delivery, good delivery. A sharp one. Had that been a directed Shoaib, it was a goner for sure.
Well, Sagar definitely has no clue what he's doing right now after that drinks break. He stepped down the track on the previous delivery. This time there was never a run. And he was not even in the frame when the ball crossed the stumps. Had that been a directed, it would have been curtains for Kalyan Sagar.
Good shot. Excellent shot. Played upish towards extra cover. And Adnan Arif looks in fine form.
Yes, some width on offer, allowing Adnan Arif to free his arms. And he's on 57 of 50 now. So he definitely has set himself in. Brilliantly done. Absolutely stunning.
Was in complete control of that shot. He knew where he wanted to play that. The moment it left the bowler's hand. Reading the length early, getting on one knee and playing it upishly over the extra cover.
Slow delivery. Good bowling. Smart bowling from Yug.
Well, one good thing is that he's not getting carried away here, Adnan Arif. It was a slow delivery. Even though it was pitched up, he did not go after that shot. Just read that from his hand. Said, let me just play it defensively. Almost there. 27 runs to get.
Short ball. Quick, nippy. Just a tad bit early on that shot, Adnan Arif. Yug pulls a good over. 36 overs gone. 197 for 3. Again, an uppish shot. Kalyan Sagar, I think at drinks time, they've got a different Kalyan Sagar to come out and bat. The original has gone back because this looks like a totally opposite, very unlike Kalyan Sagar. The first 75 odd runs were scored by a different Kalyan Sagar, and now we've got somebody else batting.
Well, the one before drinks was Sagar Kalyan. You've made him Kalyan Sagar Shoaib. When you change names, he changes games. Not to be so on that occasion. Taken there in the deep. Played upish, but covered the ground pretty nicely.
Well, it looked as if Sagar Kalyan, apologies, wanted to get out as soon as possible. He was trying different shots, and finally he's found the fielder. So was not in the mood to get to the 3-figure mark. Slowly walking back, but a good innings nevertheless. A very important knock from Sagar Kalyan in the context of the game for Ajman Heroes.
Well, especially after losing that early wicket, Ansar Khan started off with his natural game. But then when they lost 2 wickets, he built that partnership with Rahul Chopra. And then again with a 97-run partnership with Adnan Arif, the captain himself. So fantastic knock coming to an end. He'll be sad that he did not get that 3-figure mark, but a very satisfactory knock here. 82 of 93 deliveries.
New man in Ajmal was good with the ball, very impressive. And now we'll have to bat alongside his skipper and make sure Ajman Heroes do not lose any more wickets.
Good delivery there, Harshit Seth. Trying to cut that. 199 for 4. 25 runs required.
Well, that was a wide delivery. He's somehow got bat to ball, and they'll get 1 run.
200 on board here for Ajman Heroes. And a ball to go into 37th. Looks like a very comfortable chase here. Just 25 runs to get. 13 more overs to go after the 79 legal deliveries.
Outside off. And another single to end the over. 37 overs bowled now. And the score is 201 for 4.
That's Adnan Arif. What a fine knock. He was a bit rusty in the beginning of the innings, but the way he has made use of the time that he has spent, I think the score justifies 58 of 53. Yug to continue to his 5th over. Playing upish, but straight to Rishabh Mukherjee. A dot ball here.
Yes, Yog just getting back into the attack and trying to get his over underway, bowling a very tight length. He definitely bowled one which was outside off where in the previous over, and Arif made him pay for that delivery. This time short delivery. He's played that up in the air, Arif. And the fielder will take that. So another wicket falls. This time it is the skipper who will have to walk back. Yug was very impressive and smart bowling. He got that short pitch delivery just where he wanted it to be and not in any position to play that shot. A good catch taken. Is there some juice left in this game?
Just left it too late here. Just 24 to get. And probably a hat-trick will pull them back in the game. That's Adnan Arif making his way back. 201 for 5 out of 58 or 55. Well, Shoaib, if you were talking about if there was juice left in this game, maybe like 20 runs back at 180 mark, these number of wickets falling, I think I would have say again a short delivery, but nicely dealt there by Ajmal. Ball's racing away towards the boundary. Excellent effort coming in here by Surya. Couple of runs added. A very controlled looking shot there, Shoaib.
Yes, I think what was good about that shot was he played that along the ground. He made sure he rolled his wrists over the ball. And that is what you need. You don't want to lose another wicket here.
That reminds me of Mohammad Ikram's wicket yesterday. The way he played that pull shot.
Slower delivery. I'm very impressed with this young lad. Very calm about his bowling. He's got a very calm composure. Comes in, bowls.
Doesn't have that fast bowler's aggression there. Very calm character. Cool customer.
Yes, not very threatening. But I'm sure he's letting the ball do all the threatening and talking. Another good delivery. He's got a very good consistency with his length. And he's only going to get better from here on. The graph is only going to go one way, and that's upwards for Yug. So another promising talent to look forward to.
Well, reminds me of, back when Arshdeep started off with his IPL career. A similar looking, very simple looking action.
Yes, that's right. His action reminds me of another left-arm Indian bowler, Rudra Pratap Singh. Very similar kind of release from Yug. End of the over. 38 overs gone, 206 for 5.
Harshit Seth continuing. Slightly keeping low on that occasion. Fit player there. Ajmal, he was very, very impressive with the ball and in the field as well.
Oh,
Cut
that's
away in the gap. What a beautiful shot. Piercing the fielders in the cover and the short extra cover region.
well, really, an absolutely wonderful shot from Ajmal. He can bat. We're seeing him for the first time, but impressive batting so far from Ajmal as well. Not a very bad ball, but quickly pouncing on that length, rocking onto the back foot. 14 fours and 6 sixes in the innings already. Foolish, and again over the extra cover fielder. Surya Satish will not be able to cut that off. Another boundary for Ajmal. And now they're looking to finish things off in a hurry.
Just 10 more to get. And why not? When it's pitched up and it's in zone, just go after it. Release that pressure.
Another smack straight down the ground and will clear the ropes. What a comfortable shot that was from Ajmal. Weighted, short pitch delivery, uses all his muscle and converts all that power into a shot that's gone many a mile behind the ropes. This is some really dominating performance from Ajmal. 19 of just 10 deliveries, 220 on the board. He wants to finish it off in this over itself. This time he just decides to play it with soft hands. One more ball to go. And he'll take the single and keep strike with himself for the next 39 overs gone, 221 for 5. And that is it. Is it? Yes. Those are the winning runs for Ajman Heroes. A heroic performance coming in from Ajmal, from their top order bat, Sagar Kalyan, and also an important performance coming in from the skipper, Adnan Arif. So a completely dominating performance from Ajman Heroes, an emphatic win in the process, and 2 important points for Ajman Heroes. This is their first game. They won this game. They've got the 2 points, while Dubai Starlets have won the first and lost this one. A lot to think about. And I've been joined now with Nishant in the comm box. Nishant, what do you make of this victory?
Yeah, I think there were lots of ups and downs in this game, no two ways about it. And the good thing that probably was done by Ajman Heroes was that they ensured that the downs were less than the ups, and every time the chips were down, they managed to find a way to go up again. And you have to give credit to Ajman Heroes for the performance. There are quite a few opportunities that were given to the Dubai Starlets, opportunities that were created by them as well. but nothing really worked out in their favor in the end. That's the batting card for you. Top scorer Sagar, 82 of 94, 58 of 55 from Arif, 30 of 53 deliveries from Chopra, and a good start at the top by Ansar, getting 21 of 15, and Ajmal finishing brilliantly, 24 of 13.
Yes, that's right. And well, if we look at the bowling card now, quite a few bowling options used. I think this is one department where Dubai Starlets will have to come back strongly. It's their bowling. They'll need to get that bowling unit together. Nilansh bowling his full quota of 10 overs, rightly so, taking 2 wickets and giving away 30 runs. But besides that, I don't think the bowlers have done well. They were bowling well in patches, could not create pressure in the middle overs, could not take those wickets, and hence it was a very, very good performance from Ajman Heroes. A comfortable chase in the end, scoring 225 with almost 10 overs left in their kitty. Definitely going to help them in the net run rate.
That's the match summary for you. DCC Starlets, they, of course, managed to bat first, got 223, bowled out for that in 47.1 overs. Amar top scoring with 80, Punya getting 60, and the Leap Sports orange cap as well. As far as the bowling was concerned, Nasir 3 for 42, the pick of the bowlers. In reply, Ajman Heroes in 39.1 overs romped home by 5 wickets, with Sagar top scoring with 82 and 58 from Arif. Nilansh's 2 for 30 went in vain.
Yes, Ajman Heroes winning the game by 5 wickets and getting those 2 important points in their kitty. A great game on display here at the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Match number 7 coming tomorrow. It will be live from Sharjah Cricket Stadium, and this is going to be a carnival. And I say carnival because Sri Lions are going to take on Karwan Cricket Club, and whenever the Sri Lions play, they get some great support in the stands. A lot of music, a lot of dancing. So make sure you don't miss that exciting game of the 47th Bukhatir League. It's going to be the match number 7, and it's going to be live from Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Now, before we let you go, we will want you to witness the post-match presentation, which will happen in just a few minutes from now. So stay tuned and do not go anywhere.
Hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the post-match ceremony of SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir Premier League 2022, powered by FanCode. Now here we are. I would like to thank special mention to all our sponsors. Our title sponsor, SkyExchange.net, powered by FanCode, official streaming partner for FanCode, event partner TCM, merchandise partner Leap Sports, pouring partner Dole International, F&B partner Star Biryani. Now, this match was a fantastic game. First game for AJMAN Heroes, coming in and registering a victory by 5 wickets, courtesy to a fantastic team performance here, with their captain chipping in out there with a 60-odd run. However, we are out here to give out our man of the match. Will be presented by our match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed. He is none other than Sagar Kalyan, scoring 82 runs of 94 deliveries. सागर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, काफ़ी अच्छी इनिंग्स खेली आपने. एक चीज़ बताइए, शुरुआत के जब 2 विकेट गुजर गए थे तो राहुल के साथ आपकी कॉम्बिनेशन माशाल्लाह अच्छी जमती है, तो क्या आपकी डिस्कशन हो रही थी उस टाइम पर?
राहुल के साथ तो मैं ऑलमोस्ट 12-13 साल से खेल रहा हूँ, तो थोड़ा इजी था उसके साथ सिंगल का कॉल डबल करना, तो इसलिए थोड़ा इजी हो गया.
वेल, इस लंबे फॉर्मेट के गेम में अक्सर देखा जाता है कि आप टाइम स्पेंड करें विकेट के ऊपर. कितना डिफिकल्ट है इस गर्मी में बैटिंग करना?
गर्मी को देखे तो काफ़ी डिफ़िकल्ट है, और अगर आप सोच ले तो कुछ भी डिफ़िकल्ट नहीं है.
वेल, ओवरऑल बताइए, विकेट किस तरीके से प्ले कर रही थी? क्या ये यहाँ पे सेकंड बैटिंग करना ज़्यादा आसान है या कंपेयर टू फर्स्ट बैटिंग?
थोड़ा मुश्किल है सेकंड बैटिंग, और फर्स्ट थोड़ा इजी.
वेल, विकेट में कोई चेंज जिस तरीके से आप देखते आ रहे थे, पूरी आपने 50 ओवर्स बॉलिंग की है, देखते आ रहे थे, क्या कोई चेंजेस थी विकेट के अंदर?
विकेट थोड़ा सेकंड इनिंग में स्लो हो गया था, बस यही चेंज था.
चले, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर गेम्स. दैट्स आवर मैन ऑफ द मैच, सागर कल्याण. ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट, सागर, फॉर द फ्यूचर गेम्स. दैट्स इट फ्रॉम द पोस्ट मैच सेरेमनी. बैक टू यू.
Well, thank you, Asim. And that's it from the post-match presentation. We will look forward to your company tomorrow. Until then, from all of us here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, it's good night and take care.